Microphones are live to the video stream.
We will call the meeting of the Property and Facilities Committee together. And we'll go ahead and get started. Sherry, I'm sure, will be joining us here in a little bit. But I'm Robert Kramer. Not sure how I got this job. JC was doing such a great job, but I am here. So first off is to approve the minutes from the April 23rd meeting. Does anybody have any changes to that? Yeah, Regent Barker?
I do. On the minutes, it's on the IMU project. It says that it was adopted by general consent. I think it should be changed to adopted by a vote of 2 to 1.
I agree. Any other changes? All right. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. So then we'll go on to the register of the University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. It contains 4 capital projects, and Rod Lenners is going to present. Thanks.
Thank you, Regent Kramer and the committee members, and welcome, Regent Tajan. Very, very nice to have you here. Welcome to the University of Iowa. As Regent Kramer mentioned, we have 4 capital register projects that I'd like to summarize for you. Glad to take questions on each as I finish the description of the 4. We start with a project description and budget for UI Healthcare Patient Care Tower Phase 1 early work. This is another part of the enabling projects that precede the tower construction itself and have a number of elements related to this project on the UIHC campus, primarily related to entrances, so that during the duration of a multi-year project, we have the entrances for the patients, for the public, for visitors, and for our staff and our doctors and our nurses. The description describes the locations. We're going to go on a tour today that will give you a chance to see some of that firsthand and the range of those entrances, but it does also include some road work, site work, utility work that will advance our site to enable it for construction of the tower project. And in relationship to the tower project, those elements and those phases of the project to come to the Board of Regents for review in future months starting in the fall. This project is a $72.5 million project funded by UI Healthcare Earnings and Equity. As is mentioned and is always mentioned when we present projects to you, there is $5 million in deferred maintenance that will be addressed because these projects are touching parts of the existing and aging hospital. And where that happens, we are correcting what we have. But we look for this project to be one that, upon approval, would start with its construction in the fall of this year, 2025, and finish by summer 2026. The second of the 4 projects, the Iowa Advanced Technology Laboratories building renovation addition, brought to the Board of Regents months before regarding our advancing this project to allow for a fast-growing and impactful major at the University of Iowa in computer science, deemed by our governor as an important profession for the state. We culminate those interests and look at the building that they exist in today, outsized for that building, which is McLean Hall, over 111 years old currently, in frankly increasing need of major deferred maintenance work within McLean. This would allow us to make best use of available square footage on campus without building new buildings, but rather an addition, in this case, that actually finishes the original 1992 Frank Gehry designed Iowa Advanced Technology Laboratories building and allows for computer science to move into the building along with the other research endeavors that continue in that building. We are Very proud of the progress on this project. The design effort, BNIM of Des Moines has been leading our design effort, and we, the university, and certainly the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences and Computer Science are very much looking forward to this modernization and its completion. And it's not just the addition. We are also making adjustments to increase the use of the existing building, which, built in '92, has some outdated features where open space is not being used efficiently, can be made more so, and also the air handling systems in the building, now 33 years of age, we're going to update those for the entire building. So that's part of the scope of the project. You can see some of the renderings and some of the layout of the work that we're doing. It is a $28 million project, as is indicated in the source of funds, a combination of building renewal and treasurer's temporary investments, which are primarily used for capital projects in the care of our buildings and our existing buildings on campus. With approval, we would move forward with the bidding process, which would allow for construction to begin in the fall of 2025 and completion of the project and the relocation of computer science to that building in 2027. The third of the four projects, a project made possible by our work with federal funding and grants, but also out of need on our campus for an increasing need, not only for our students, but for UI healthcare and the commuters of nurses, doctors, staff to the healthcare system and visitors, allows us to expand our coverage and our care for our CAMBUS maintenance facility, which is located just south of the main campus, just south of the campus Recreation and Wellness Center on Madison Street. The project is one that will increase the size, both of storage, the buses, when they are and as it's mentioned in the grant and in this, considering the future of the buses, whether we use electric or as we continue to use diesel, still require interior storage, especially in a winter environment that we have, and we're out of space for them. We also have had our fleet services on campus in a trailer since a tornado knocked their building down in 2006. And so in using this part of the campus and the space effectively, we're including office space for fleet services. The project itself is a $23 million project. The combination of the funding sources, as you can see, Federal Transit Administration grant is more than a third of the project. Fleet services and parking and transportation make up the balance of the funding of the project. And again, in this case, construction would begin in the fall of 2025 and be roughly a one-year project through the fall of 26. One of the questions, and we receive this often, and I've worked with our Director of Parking and Transportation, Debbie Zumba, in the establishment of the grant. We have been given assurances. The FTA met with Region 7 officials. She's got a series of bullet points that have shown forward progression with this project, confirmation of the funding of it, and no cuts related to it, which is reassuring to us on the administrative level at the federal level, and giving us confidence in the costs for the project and its coverage. The fourth project for us with the athletic department, Dwayne Banks Baseball Stadium. This is phase 2, and we began phase 1. I think we've shown it to the board before, out of fundraising needs, which is the way these projects happen for athletics. We needed to deliver the project in phases between seasons. We did a team clubhouse along the first base side and the dugout side where the Hawkeyes are. And this second phase then will allow us to replace the center section of outdated seating and replace also the very outdated undersized press box and multi-use space over the stadium. So the project is one that will take that next step in modernizing our stadium for a very successful baseball team, and a very popular stop in each spring for fans who follow them. It's a $5.8 million project, athletic department gifts at 100%. We would start construction as soon as the baseball season would end in 2026, and we would finish it before that season would start in 2027, primarily for the seating and the press box at that stadium. There are some renderings that show you the work happening there and some of the floor plans explaining that as well. I'll stop there, and if there are questions on any of the projects, I'd be glad to answer them.
All right, questions? Regent Barker?
Yeah, a question about the tower project. Traffic is already a challenge in the area. Will putting the tower in that location have any negative impact on traffic in the area?
One of the things, thank you for the question, Regent Barker. Certainly, we both state claim that the UIHC hospital complex is the most densely populated square mile in the state of Iowa, and we take pride in that because of what happens and who it happens for every day. One of the things we have done over time, and I mentioned as one of our projects, maximizing CAM bus access to the building. We relocated the West Campus Transportation Center when we were doing the Children's Hospital to a location virtually across the street from the main hospital complex, and integrated at that time an escalator system that easily allows those coming to go up and above the traffic. And so from a pedestrian perspective, 15 years ago, it was getting crazy. Now we've taken most of the pedestrians above the street, and it's worked wonderfully. We will maintain that pathway, and it even connects to the new Kinnick parking ramp that we have now completed. So that extends the benefits from a pedestrian perspective, which is very important to our staff, to our doctors, nurses, and patients visiting. From a car perspective, certainly there are some compressions there. I think one of the things that will help, and you have helped advance, we are advancing a project that would build a second ramp structure at the west end of the dental science lot across from Carver Hawkeye Arena with shared benefits for both the healthcare campus and athletics. That is pushing those cars a little bit further away, but it will also enable a second street pathway that will, for the first time, connect Newton Road to Hawkins and allow for more in and out east and west. We've worked with the city of Iowa City. Melrose is a city of Iowa City street. We've worked with with their transit authority in the signalization of those streets to make sure that it works effectively, and primarily the pressures are on 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock, the in and out of most of the staff and most of those that are parked nearby. It won't alleviate that, but we're fairly confident with the combination and working with Debbie in parking and transportation in the studies that the parking structures that we're building and the lanes that we have and increased lanes we will add do not put more pressure on that site. The site's not taking up otherwise roadway space. It is bringing more people.
Bringing more people in.
Yes,
right.
yeah, it is.
I mean, it's manageable, but the impact of putting a tower there will have some impact on
Yeah, and we faced, rightfully so, we faced some of those same questions when we put the Children's Hospital in place. That brought a new large building with a dedicated service to the children within the state and beyond, and in this case, same thing. And
the real question is ambulance response time, right? If you have additional traffic and ambulances are delayed a minute,
yes,
that has a mortality impact.
Yeah, it does. And I will point out, and I'm not saying that it drifts to this, we do have with us today, and you have a healthcare committee meeting later. Our CEO, Brad Hawes, is here. If there are specific questions, Brad would certainly be glad to answer those. And I don't know, Brad, if there's a microphone there or not, if you want to. But generally, absolutely. Now, we have a great helicopter helipad system for transfer of patients in directly right to the top of the hospital. That's part of our system of emergency response. We're actually working on refinements in street traffic and straighter pathways for ambulance to the emergency room, which is on the back side or the east side of the hospital, not on the side we're building this addition.
Mm-hmm. And in the planning process for all of this, were there outside consultants that looked at all possible options, and do you have those reports?
Yeah, I may turn to you, Brad, if you would like to take some of this. We've worked with Jacobs from the very beginning on some of the both feasibilities and possibilities related to hospital layout. Well, I will say before Brad starts or answers, one of the things we did back when we engaged in the Children's Hospital project was did a master plan for eventual growth. It's a different form architecturally than what we had planned back there, but the same footprint. We had even back with that project planned on an additional wing or tower at the site we're building now in the master planning for the hospital complex.
Okay, and then the other question is, what's the estimate now of the total cost of the tower? We're just approving the preliminary stage now, but what are you thinking about for the total cost?
For the tower itself, the target for, and Brad can certainly second this, and we continue to work on this every day, the target for the project is a $1.5 billion construction total. And we know with all of the challenges in supply chain and other things that general escalations of cost and construction and the scale of the project, these are of pinpointed interest for us. And in our working with our construction manager at risk for this project, J.E. Dunn, who delivered really a top-notch project in the North Liberty project, have been working with us with national figures and also local contractors and figures to really nail down on that 1.5 number.
And the 1.5 is for construction?
Correct.
And the enabling project?
Well, this part of the enabling project, just not like the health science academic building or the parking ramp.
Okay.
Those projects that cleared the site are not part of our effort, and those were prior to and beyond.
Okay, and then there's equipment costs are all on top of that?
Absolutely.
Which would bring it up how much more?
Yeah, current numbers, Brad, your current numbers are 2.2 billion is the
2.2.
number that is targeted when you look at the significant equipment costs in those. Brad, anything to add with that?
Yeah, Regent Barker, I appreciate your questions and the interchanges that we've had even leading up to this forum. It's an interesting question, and so I'll make really 3 points. The projects that Rod has presented today, we call the early work or the enabling work. I think those would be necessary regardless of maybe the size or dimension of what we need and what we would call kind of the hospital modernization. I don't think if we had a federal really change in circumstances that we would, if we had to pause or delay, that we would look back and say that was money misspent, because it is increasing the access, it is increasing the ability of our campus to sustain more patient care. And so from that perspective, I think by November, hopefully we'll know more about what's happening with the federal funding and those kinds of things. And we'll have to sit down with this group and have a really honest conversation about the feasibility of the entire project and whether that still fits within our capital plans and affordability.
So, sorry, by saying that, you're saying, just looking at the overall situation, you can imagine a situation where there were changes, say, to directed payments that might make this project not feasible.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the changes in Medicare, Medicaid, 340B pricing, all of those have dramatic potential impacts on us. And we're waiting daily to see kind of what the news is out of Washington and wanting to be very cognizant of those as we plan. I don't think those would change what we would do with the projects that are being recommended
Right,
today.
but I mean, including the memorandum that just came out on Friday
Yep.
on directed payments.
Cap at Medicare.
Caused hospital stock prices to drop. And
Yep. Yeah, and even this morning I had a conversation with Director Garcia from the state and what she's seeing nationally, and so it's something we're trying to stay very much attuned to. The second point that I would make is that the dilemma of whether you add to what Rod affectionately called the most dense mile in the state of Iowa, or whether you put it, as you asked us a few months ago, in a cornfield, is a dilemma that a lot of health systems are facing. And as we looked to our external consultants and experts, we have used a firm called Jacobs, which is a capital advisor to a lot of big academic health systems in the country. Really two modes of thinking. The one that they cited that's a little bit less common is a complete relocation of the whole campus. And so that occurred at the University of Colorado. They moved from a downtown Denver location out to a former military base, and they moved the whole thing: research, teaching, and the clinical delivery system. And that doesn't happen very often, as you might imagine. But when you get into aging facilities like we have and like a lot of academic centers have, where the buildings are 50 plus years old, you have to kind of make a decision. What happens more commonly, and if you just look around our geography here, there continue to be modernization. Some people call them towers, bed additions, but it's really a complex addition or modernization of a campus. And so I'll just, and I apologize for the laundry list here, but these 6 sites are in the process of or have just completed large campus modernization. So Michigan is in the process of adding Ohio State and the Wexner facility. They're just in the process of a $2.5 billion project. WashU, Nebraska, Kansas. Jacob's described for me that the most dense campus they've ever seen is at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. And so what most of these places have decided is because of the co-location of teaching, research, and the patient care, that splitting those apart actually becomes less efficient and something that they really can't do. And the analogy that was given to me was, you don't often see an airport build a second airport. What you do is see terminals added or capacity expanded, and that's the way that we really have viewed this project from a healthcare perspective here. Again, those larger conversations will have to come and be finalized in November.
Right, although with orthopedics, you made a different decision.
Yeah, and so they do take, and many of those, Missouri, Emory, where I was before, and others might take a specific service and put it in a different location like we did at North Liberty. But very rarely do they change the core because of the duplication it creates for emergency medicine and security and imaging and lab and those kinds of things, because you've built such a core that duplicating that off-site becomes cost prohibitive or less efficient in the way that they look at those.
You understand that that would be costly. There are also significant increases to cost in building centrally versus building.
Correct.
And not just because of staging issues, but also because the architecture can be different when you have more land available.
Absolutely true. And plugging into the utilities, all of those things are absolutely true. I only cite these other sites as models, and so we looked with Jacobs and others to say, is there a different model that we ought to consider? And other than the complete relocation like at Colorado, most places continue to add and modernize the existing capacity that they have.
Do you have any other thoughts on traffic?
It's an interesting question. I do think Rod answered it very well with the signaling and the roadways. We do worry, as an example, on game days. Can the ambulances get in, and can they appropriately and safely transfer patients to us? The benefit is we have our emergency room has 2 entrances, a front and a back. The traffic on the back side of the emergency room isn't as displaced by the game day traffic, but we do have to take extra care in planning for high traffic days and making sure patients can get in. Other than those, we don't really see issues. We actually see more weather delays and our ability to transfer and move things forward. And then, obviously the helicopters that we talked about are the most acute way that we end up transferring.
And different than the past, we now also have fully functioning University of Iowa Healthcare emergency rooms at the downtown campus, former Mercy, and the North Liberty campus, which are both east and west, distant from the excitement of Kinnick Stadium.
Yep.
So there are options for us in the network of our emergency care to address game days.
But would it be fair to say that putting a tower in an already dense area is going to have some negative impact on traffic?
It will certainly increase the patient and visitor and staff traffic counts.
Yeah.
We'll have to accommodate that in the construction plan.
Okay.
I think the only other comment I would make, again, to the points that Regent Barker made today, what we're asking for approval for, as Brad reiterated, is work that we're confident would be needed, modernization of the Wave Way at the south end of the main complex, those kinds of things, are improvements we need for the construction period, but would be modernizations we would intend otherwise. And that our next interaction in the fall will be about first packages of a tower. And that's where foundational packages and others that start down the pathway for the building itself will be brought to you.
And to clarify, we are starting, though, the $1.5 billion estimate of construction is kind of starting with these couple projects? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Regent Barker?
And Robert, thank you for allowing me the time. I'm no longer a member of Property and Facilities, but I appreciate the ability to speak.
Yeah, no, it's good, very good questions, and I wanted to kind of comment a little bit. I appreciate you all having giving us a lot more information, a lot more scrutiny, because we realize this is the biggest project, in the state of Iowa ever. So I did have a good meeting with Michael Carnes. Michael's position is what?
He's Director of Design and Construction for the University of Iowa.
Had a great meeting with him to better understand the process they've gone through to get to this point, planning-wise, and it's been extremely extensive. I was kind of questioning, how did we grow in size so much? Well, the initial, when $1 billion was thrown out, that was kind of wishful thinking at the beginning. Then they did the programming. So they've had consultants help them go through the whole programming process and decide what do we need. And then that's when it grew to, okay, now it's 1.5. They've had 4 different companies estimate that to get assurance that nobody's, including the contractor, but then 3 others, to make sure they're on track and nobody's kind of taking advantage of it. You also sent a paper, I think, to all of us that showed kind of a comparison to North Liberty when you get it boiled down to construction. I'd like to, in fact, I'd probably like to have another committee meeting sometime before our next meeting of the whole Board of Regents to dive into that a little bit deeper of how did you get that, but it showed how the numbers do come closer together, and it kind of depends on future value of construction, what do you use for percentages and that kind of thing. So I'm getting a lot more comfort level. We still have a lot of questions, and I appreciate you guys being very responsive to all those. But, yeah, I think that's all I had. Any other questions? Regent Reiswick?
Yeah. Thank you, Regent Kramer. Rod, just a question on the baseball stadium. Is that, or the renovations to the baseball stadium, is that, you mentioned 100% earnings, funded by earnings and athletic department earnings and gifts. How do you have? How much is the breakdown between earnings and gifts in that?
Yeah, the intent by the athletic department, this is a gifted project,
all
which was
100%.
part of the reason we had there was at one point an intent brought to the board, or just about brought to the board, for the entire package of work to occur, and laid in that a gift was lost.
Yep.
So we stopped, reassessed with Beth Getz and the team and Coach Heller to target phases that could be fundraised for and funded by generous gifting to the baseball program. And those donors in their efforts have stepped up to the plate. Okay. And sorry. And so we did the first phase as that flow of funding was coming, and as Director Beth Getz has indicated, this phase and the cost we've got for this phase are intended as a fully gifted project.
Yeah, sounds like.
And if we do anything in the future, it'll be the same way for baseball.
Sounds like a home run, Rob.
Thanks. Yeah, at least a long single. Yeah.
Gotta throw in our dad jokes.
Thanks, Dad.
That's right.
I also did want to make a note too on the CAN bus facility. I'm going to recuse myself from that vote.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, Regent Jaden.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, apologies, I'm late to the game here, but I want to make sure I'm clear on this patient tower. I'm going to put it in my words.
Please.
If for some reason in November we were not to proceed, what I'm hearing you saying is we would spend this $72 million regardless. It would be things you would do to update access and others. Am I thinking about that correctly?
You are, Regent Jaden, and to the committee, our intent is, as this begins the project as an early phase, it is an enabler, and it is one that addresses areas and access, to your point earlier, David, access for the public and visitors and those coming, to modernize those entrance spaces, not to begin to build the tower itself. There's a line that can be drawn between what we are asking you to advance today and building a tower project.
Thank you, it's very helpful.
Would that also be true of the buildings that you're tearing down, the 3 buildings?
It would be, and we'll cover that next, and I'd be glad to during that or now. It would be because the facilities enabling those raisings have either been completed or are being completed. So it makes those spaces not necessary, or those facilities.
But if you decided not to build the tower, you'd still tear those buildings down?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Regent Hensley.
Just to go on, because that was the same question I was going to be asking. I think that's to me, that's new information regarding the fact that what's being asked for today would have gone forward regardless of the tower being built. So I just want to underscore extremely how important it is that we are able to demonstrate to the public the amount of money that's being requested for the tower. I can't emphasize that enough because, you know, that being the largest project ever, understanding fully and supporting how important the hospital is and the impact it has. But I think we also have to, from wearing our fiduciary hat, be able to answer with confidence all of those questions. So I think anytime a Regent member has a question on this, it's really important that it's responded to quickly. And I would ask that when those questions are asked by individual regions, that maybe all of the regions are copied so that we all have that information.
Yeah, very good, and I appreciate that, and I think we all do, including UI Healthcare, the importance of a project of this scale. And when we review it together and determine it's at a point where we're confident enough that our need matches our long-term funding ability to meet that need. And we must all do it together.
All right, any other questions or objections? We will move those to the, rather than recommending them by general consent, since we have some that we're going to recuse ourselves from, we'll just move those to the general board meeting, and then at that time they can separate them out and vote, you know, as needed. So, same. But next, we're going to move to the University of Iowa request to raise 3 buildings. So,
Yeah.
Rod?
Thank you, Regent Kramer. I'll get to these in brief order and address the issue that Regent Barker brought up. If not doing a hospital, would you remove these? The 3 facilities that we are asking raising permission for, Wendell Johnson Speech and Hearing, they're all denoted on the map. The hospital parking ramp 1 and the water tower. Of course, all 3 of the replacement versions of those are either finished. In the case of the parking ramp, Kinnick parking ramp, the water tower, as you can clearly see, is in place and full height. We will be both priming and then painting that in the course of the next several months, and in September and or October we will be filling that, enabling us upon that to remove the existing tower. And the Health Science Academic Building, we'll drive by it again on our tour today, but that building is nearing completion. It's a 2-phase project so that the folks in Wendell Johnson can move into the building first, and then this fall, and then the second phase of the project the interior finish will occur in the winter months so that we can move the other 2 programs in. I think the one difference I might give, there's no reason for us to have a water tower if we have a water tower that more than covers our requirements once that's built, and it is. And we have already taken a very outdated Wendell Johnson building and put it into modern facility space in the new building. One could consider parking ramp 1 to not have to go. We have more than replaced its capacity. We have been having more and more challenges. One would argue some of these happen for good reason. More and more challenges with that very old ramp with spalling concrete and other things that we continue to patch over time. But it is a building that is outdated, and one that could be reviewed, in that scenario, could be reviewed for whether or not we do take it down, but we have replaced its capacity with brand new, optimally designed parking space.
So you would, if what we were just talking about happened, that we decided not, you would reevaluate whether to
absolutely,
take these down
not
or
the water tower and Wendell Johnson. And of course, on the map as well, already approved by the board, is the Center for Disabilities and Development, which was approved by the board at the previous meeting. That is an exceptionally outdated building and one that has had trouble. It would mean we'd have open green space and land there would be primarily the difference, but a space that is in the way of the future tower, but also has a more public, better patient and family care location coming its way. And that's not included in this request. It's summarized here as the area, but was already approved by the board.
All right, any other
Well-
questions on the raise?
No, I appreciate the comments. I'll think about this more. It's hard for me to believe that there wouldn't be some use for a building like the Wendell Johnson building, if for some reason we decided not to.
Yeah, part of our challenge is as an academic building, it's far away from where the students reside, and it is tucked, to your point, into the tight traffic area. And it also takes patients because it is a clinic space. Those have been challenges for that building. The age of the building and the scale of the building have been a challenge. Maybe someday we'll go in and take a look at it before we knock it down. It's one of those that needs to be knocked down. But every space, we consider every space valuable, certainly.
And it seems more realistic that the tower project could be scaled back as opposed to just eliminated, so there's probably something going to have to go in there, but we can address that. Any other comments, though, on raising these 3 buildings? Okay, seeing no objections, we'll recommend approval by general consent to the full board.
Thank you.
Next, we have the University of Iowa property purchase. David Keft will present.
Thank you, Regent Kramer. The University of Iowa is requesting the purchase of a warehouse and office building that we've been leasing for over a decade at 2010 South Riverside Drive in Iowa City. This is down by the Iowa City Airport. The building houses one of our significant IT units that is our sort of our infrastructure group. It's where all the fiber, the switch gear, and equipment that goes in all of the IT closets in all of the buildings. They've got both their offices plus their entire warehouse that they receive material from at this location. It's a building that was built in 1967 but maintained in very good condition. We've leased it for over 12 years. We have a great relationship and a very favorable lease with the building owner. Families looking to retire, sell some of the assets. Our concern, if we don't buy it, our current lease goes until 28, but with a very favorable lease, we'll either get asked to leave the facility if the new owner wants it for their own use, and we'd be out looking for a much more expensive building to lease, or if it's an investor buying it, we're well below market, and we'd be taking a pretty significant rate increase, most likely in a new lease. They've offered us the opportunity to buy it before they listed it on the market. We both had appraisals commissioned. They both came in at the exact same price, which is the purchase price, which is the $1.55 million. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions on this one? All right, seeing none, no objections, we'll recommend that for approval by general consent.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions, which contains 1 capital project. And is Sean going to present? Okay, thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Regent Kramer. Iowa State has 1 item for the Capital Register for your consideration today. We're requesting the board's approval of a project description and budget for our Lloyd Veterinary Medical Center Pet Cancer Clinic remodel and addition. This remodel and addition is the second phase of the larger pet cancer clinic project. The initial study defined several phases in order to create the pet cancer clinic, and the first phase developed a stereotactic radiation therapy service to provide radiation therapy, and that project was completed in May of '21. This project will renovate over 3,600 square feet and add approximately 2,000 square feet to the medical hospital. The entire project will provide dedicated and improved space for the comparative oncology center and will include new exam rooms, animal day wards, clinical procedure and support rooms, office space, and a client waiting area. We believe the pet cancer clinic will enhance the Hickson Lead Small Animal Hospital's capacity, addressing the growing need for pet care in Iowa. It'll grow our fee-for-service revenue, better position the college to compete for research funding, and provide more opportunities for our students. The total project budget is $7.5 million and will be funded by the College of Veterinary Medicine through private giving. The support for this project continues to grow. We have just over $2.35 million in private giving secured. And as additional dollars are raised, that will decrease the college's commitment. And the college has budgeted for the remaining amount of the funds needed to be completed for this project should the additional fundraising not be successful. I'm happy to take any questions on this project.
All right, any questions for Sean? Regent Hensley?
On the fundraising, so you've got I can't remember.
3.5.
3.5. How much more are you trying to raise then through private fundraising?
I don't know that there's a set goal. If they could get to 100% of their project funding, we would love that. I don't know that that's what we anticipate at all.
Okay.
So we'll continue to fundraise for it, but they have the funds available now and through their operations to complete the project.
And I did have the opportunity to have a discussion with Rod from University of Iowa on their policy for fundraising, and that they require 90% actually be in the bank and/or sign pledge forms. So is your policy similar
We
to
have the
that?
$2.35 million in hand.
In the bank?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, if there are no other objections, we'll recommend that one to the full board for approval by general consent. So, thanks, Sean. Next, we have the University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions, and it contains one capital project. Michael Hager?
Oh, good morning. University of Northern Iowa is requesting permission to proceed with project planning for the Commons building. The Commons building was built in 1932. It's about 55,000 square feet. It was originally used as a dining center and student union. And over the years, the last 2 or 3 decades, has really served as an outreach hub. Our foundation is there. It's used for community meetings. The board used to meet in that building. And this last session, the legislature allocated $1 million in RIF funding. We anticipate the governor will sign that bill, although she has not done so yet. And so we'd like to move forward with planning. This will house, the Commons will house the Center for Civic Education. And then, as you know, as an alum, Senator Grassley has donated his papers and other materials, and so activities surrounding those will also occur in the Commons moving forward. If the board approves, we'll move forward with architectural selection and anticipate being back in the fall sometime with project description and budget at that time. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
All right, questions about this one? Yeah, Regent Barker?
Just want to commend you for maintaining and this building well enough that it can be restored now, and taking historic preservation seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, without objection, we'll recommend that to the full board for approval by general consent. All right. Next, we have the Iowa Lakeside Laboratory Capital Improvement Business Transactions, which contains one capital project. So Mary Skopik will present.
Good morning, Regents. Iowa Lakeside Laboratory is looking for approval to move forward with construction on our new Innovation and Discovery Laboratory. This is about an 8,000 square foot laboratory and classroom space. It provides research and teaching laboratory functions, as well as the largest classroom that we would have on campus. We have received 2 appropriations from the state of Iowa, fiscal year 25 and 26, for roughly $6 million for this project. We would go forward in bidding in hopefully August and breaking ground in September, with completion of the project next September. And this again provides activities for our students as well as community engagement. We have a number of events on campus that allow for the community to come out and hear lectures. We engage with local high schools as well, and would love to have them in our teaching laboratory for water quality and chemistry. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you would have on this building.
Any questions on this one? Okay, well, thank you. We will, no objections. The committee will recommend approval by general consent to the full board. Next, we have the institutional agreements, leases, and easements. And David Keft will present one lease, and Michael Hager will present one easement. And we'll start with David Keft.
Thank you, Regent Kramer. We've had a series of healthcare leases to the board over the last couple of meetings. This is the last of the major ones we've been working on. We're seeking approval for a lease with an entity called HOK, Hawkeye Medical. It's a 34,000 existing medical clinic office building at 2751 Northgate Drive in Iowa City. This is just a few buildings away from 2 other healthcare leased clinic facilities. One is what will be the new home, which was approved at the last meeting for the Center for Disabilities and Development, and the other is one of the assets we acquired through the Mercy transaction. There's a urology clinic in a lease facility in this sort of neighborhood. This lease will allow the Department of Family and Community Medicine to relocate out of the main hospital complex and the Pomeranz Family Pavilion to a location that is more accessible to family and community medicine. This facility is directly off the Dodge Street exit from Interstate 80. The relocation will allow both patient care, clinical component, the administrative center for the department, including the entire family medicine residency program. There'll be approximately 125 full-time employees that will occupy the space with 43 clinical exam rooms and a lab. The initial lease term is 10 years, but there's 3 additional 5-year renewals, putting the total available lease term at 25 years. Base lease rate, $21.44 a square foot, 2% annual escalator. We'll also pay the monthly operating expenses for the building. This building was previously a medical clinic for a third party that recently vacated it, but there will need to be some Joint Commission and graduate medical education compliance required renovations needed, plus some IT upgrades to be able to support Epic, as well as overall fit and finishes. Estimated cost of these is about $71 a square foot, about $2.4 million. In addition, the owner of the building is going to contribute $845,000 towards upgrading some of the building systems in the facility. As was done with the recently approved leases from last month, there's a construction rider attached to the lease that will require all the components of this construction to be bid out. Work is intended to begin right away, and parts of the building will begin to be occupied as early as this fall. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for David on that one? Okay, we'll go on to Michael Hager.
You may recall last month you authorized permission to sell some small parcels of land to 8 neighbors to deal with some encroachment issues. When they're moving through the process with the city, they discovered the sewer line was not lined up where they would like to see it with the other easements in the area. And so this is just a request to expand a permanent easement 10 feet. It'll be on the property that we end up selling, but some remnants will also stay on the property that we are not selling up there. Pretty perfunctory. Lines up very well with the rest of the easements in the city then.
Okay, any questions for Michael on that one? All right, well, if no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent for those items as well. So, let the record show I did not touch Sherry's coffee or a single peanut, but the business of the Property and Facility Committee being concluded, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
I'll just sit here. Yeah, it's short. Yeah, yeah. The lunch and the where? In Wards, okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. Where will lunch be? Is it? Okay, okay. Are you ready, ma'am? Good morning. We're going to call the Academic Affairs meeting to order, and this is a first time for this new committee makeup. Myself, we've got Greta Rouse and Lucy Gipple, so we're lucky today. We have a very short meeting, so that makes it nice as our first one. So first item on the agenda will to approve our minutes from the April meeting. Any changes, additions? Seeing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Next item on the agenda, we have an SUI program change request, Master of Science Finance, and there are 2 action items that are associated with this, opening an online option and closing the face-to-face option. We have Professor Kriegel, or Provost Kriegel. Can you tell us more about these and what the background information is?
Certainly. Good morning, everyone. The request is for a new Master's in Science in Finance. It's an online program. And currently, the program is a face-to-face program. Transitioning to an online is the request. The MS degree is composed of 30 semester hours. It includes 5 core courses, and most of the coursework is already available online in the finance department. The program, as an online structure, is designed now for flexibility for students. It allows them with course selection options, program pace at their own pace, and the student location is important in this day and age. And so it allows the University of Iowa to have a much broader extending reach for these types of students beyond even the state's borders. The creation of this online MS is going to coincide, as you noted, with the closure of the on-campus MS, which I'll describe next. This is really focused on meeting the needs of students interested in an MS program in finance broadly. Existing MBA students in our really popular program at Iowa have indicated they actually have an interest in focusing electives in this current finance area and getting finance certificates as well. When advisors to the programs have had conversations with MBA students who've been interested in the full online degree option as well, shifting from an MBA or doing it in addition to. In particular, Des Moines area students have expressed interest, as many are, as all of us appreciate, employed at financial and insurance companies in the metro area. And the online program will serve that population and certainly then also be attractive to students across the country to allow us to have a more broad delivery of the program. It's a highly ranked, the finance department at Tippy is a highly ranked program, widely recognized, so they anticipate that there'll be a lot of uptake for this degree at the online level. The program does not conflict with any other programs at the University of Iowa or duplicate, and it's going to enhance actually the offerings of some of our other online programs, such as the MS in Business Analytics, Financial Certificates, and the Iowa MBA. So it's complementary and not competitive by any means. There's not a similar online MS and finance program for working professionals offered at the state level. Iowa State has a 30-semester hour full-time on-campus MS and finance program, and UNI and Iowa State Colleges of Business both offer support for this program as we go through, as we've gone through our process. So creating the online degree is not going to be a significant investment by the Tippy College of Business. Faculty resources from the in-person program will just relocate to the online. And as I mentioned, many of the courses already in the portfolio are online. And this addition of the online option will allow Tippy's reach to be more broadly recognized widely across the United States. Geographic areas unserved by these kinds of programs, even in the state of Iowa, are important. And assessments have led to the decision that really there is a high demand here for this kind of online program in finance, and we anticipate above average growth in terms of uptake for the program.
Thank you. I have one question. When you talk about the students and increasing the number of students, do you have a breakdown as to students that are outside of Iowa?
I do not have that information. I know at Tippy they do a lot of market assessments, so I certainly could get that information, but they, I think, have a pretty good handle on what the uptake is going to be in the popularity. But they anticipate if, their total enrollments going forward, they anticipate something in the, certainly above 40 if you look at the submission document.
That was, in the information.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll recommend this for approval for our new program of Master of Science in Finance at the University of Iowa. In addition, the committee will recommend termination of the MS in Finance, the face-to-face program. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have an update on academic affairs. Rachel Boone will provide an update on some of the ongoing initiatives coming in the Academic Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hensley. And because we have an unusually short committee meeting this month, I'm not going to make it extremely long with these remarks, but I do want to share a little bit of an update because there was significant activity over the last several months in terms of various legislative efforts and a handful of board efforts and policy changes as well. So I wanted to just give everybody a little bit of a scope of things that I'm working on with our provosts and their staffs that we'll be working hard on over the next several months, and just kind of give you a scope of where that work is. So the first one I would mention is there's a lot of planning underway already in regards to putting the syllabi online and the process and elements that are needed for that. That's, as a reminder, new board policy 3.20 that the board passed. So there's a significant amount of work in that in terms of the academic affairs side, the colleges working with faculty, as well as then the IT and the systems issues. So, and the 3 campuses handle their, the IT systems are all a little different, all doing with the same principles and guidance from the board. So that's underway. I just want to let you know that's moving along. Workforce alignment review, we talked about that in April. I don't really have a huge update on that, other than to say there have been a lot of ongoing meetings. We had some initial engagement has now started with Iowa Business Council. We've met with leadership there a couple of times, planning for an August meeting with folks from the Business Education Alliance, which is part of that. So that's also moving nicely, and the business folks have been really interested in being a part of that. So they were grateful for being able to be a part of that. Another one that's coming out of a legislative initiative, we are sort of initiating the process, looking at the policies as well as the broad landscape around reduced credit bachelor's degrees. That was also embedded in one of the pieces of legislation this past spring. So that one is going to have a lot longer runway just because of the extensive amount of policies and various issues that will come back before the board. At such time as there is a program ready to be proposed, that would need to come before the board anyways. So that one, I just want you to know that one is underway and yet has a much longer process associated with it. And then finally, there's one other thing that isn't really related to any of those, but it is a follow-up on a presentation that the board received in February on non-credit offerings. And I just want you to know there's some ongoing work there regarding how we can improve our tracking. We sort of had a high-level conversation in February about the vast amount of it that's happening and some interesting examples of really effective non-credit programming. So what we're wanting to do now is really work on improving our tracking of it and wrap our arms around that even a little more to be able to better tell the story of how much really effective work the universities do in that non-credit space as well. So that's just a high-level flavor of a handful of things that we have going on. Many streams of work that it's, just to be clear, it's not, a lot of that work is happening at the institutions. I'm able to sort of dip in and sort of support a lot of it. The workforce alignment work is really a little more driven out of the board office. The other 3 are a lot more driven at the campus levels, but I'll be engaging with them on all of those as we go. So happy to take questions, but I just wanted to keep that at a pretty high level for now.
I think you've got a lot going on, Rachel.
There's plenty. We're not bored. No one in this room is bored.
I would just share with the committee that Rachel and I did have a discussion a day or so ago. Rachel had sent out an email asking if there's any specific topics that might be appropriate to come before the academic committee, and I think as we discussed it, it would be nice to have people respond overall if they've got thoughts about committee or topics that should be covered. And if we have several items that come back to us, we'd be happy to put together a calendar just kind of outlining when we would make those available and get them all planned out. So thank you for that.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Yeah, happy to take ideas or requests for topics that you want, programmatic things. By example, we in April heard about first generation student programming, which is really interesting and incredible work happening there. If there are topics like that you think this would be a good space for, please let me know or Regent Hensley know, and we'll work with the universities on getting those set up.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
So we have a few minutes. We have faculty awards and lunch downstairs on level 1, I believe. Anyway, go towards the food, and that's where we'll be. Level 2? Is it level 2? No, it's in one? Okay. Level 1. Okay, I was right to begin with. Thank you. All right. So we'll see everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, excellent. Yep. There is no shortage for
I know, yeah. nice to have the legislature adjourn so you can get caught up.
We can do it.
I know.
Yeah, it's when the
The meeting of the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resource Committee is called to order. I will take a roll call. Regent Bates is present. Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Weiswick?
Here.
Regent Kramer?
Here.
Okay. We will begin with the approval of the minutes from the April 23rd meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Next, we have salary policies for fiscal year 2026. Associate Counsel Kristen Bauer-Davis will present.
Good afternoon. For FY 2026, we're asking the board to approve to direct the universities and the board office to develop salary policies for all non-organized faculty and staff, with the policies created in consultation with the executive director and board leadership, and with the final approval granted by the executive director. We're looking for organized and faculty and staff to authorize each institution and the board office to develop discretionary salary policies in addition to the terms outlined in the collective bargaining agreements in place for FY 2026. We want to approve a 3% increase to the pay grade minimums for both the Regent Merit Systems Pay Plan and the Merit Public Safety Exempt Pay Plan, which are both effective on July 1 of 2025. And then to approve an additional merit increase of 1% and up to 2% for the institutions.
Are there any questions? Thank you. If there are no objections, these the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Our third agenda item is personnel appointments. Kristen will present those for us.
Iowa Code 262.92 requires that the board appoint institutional secretaries and treasurers annually. Before you today are the appointments of secretary and treasurers for all three universities.
Okay. Are there any questions? If there are no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Next, we have student insurance rates. Kristen will continue.
The board policy requires that the board have approval for all changes in benefits for insurance benefits. The universities are asking for approval for the 25 to 26 academic year student health and dental premium insurance rates as detailed in the docket memo. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. We will recommend approval for student insurance rates by general counsel. Next, we'll have professional and scientific pay grade structures. Kristen?
So board policy requires the board to approve all changes in pay plans. The universities are asking for approval to increase their P&S pay grade structures effective July 1, 2025. Iowa State has a 3% increase, UNI is at a 2.5, and University of Iowa is requesting approximately 2, and it says approximately because they have two different segments. They have an A pay grade and a B pay grade, so it averages out to about 2.
Are there any questions? If there are no objections, the committee will recommend approval of the P&S pay grade structure by general consent. Thank you, Kristen. Next, we have, excuse me, make sure I have it right. Executive Order 10, Red Tape Review, Board Counsel Amy Clays will present.
Thank you, President Bates. In 2023, Governor Reynolds signed Executive Order 10, which is commonly referred to as Red Tape Review. Executive Order 10 mandates that all state agencies conduct a comprehensive review of their administrative rules with the goal of eliminating outdated, redundant, unnecessary, or duplicative rules. The board office worked with teams of subject matter experts from each campus to conduct this comprehensive review of each chapter of our administrative rules. For the majority of our chapters, including those related to admissions, merit system rules, parking and traffic, public records, and rulemaking procedures, we propose to repromulgate these rules with, again, outdated, obsolete, and unnecessary language eliminated. Each of these chapters is required by law. We propose rescinding 4 chapters, which are no longer required by Iowa Code, and primarily outline organizational structures at the board office and on each university campus. These chapters are duplicative of more dynamic content available on University and Board of Regents policies and websites, and they no longer serve a regulatory function. They are no longer required by law. So Red Tape Review is a multi-step process that provides several opportunities for feedback from interested constituents and the Board of Regents. These rules are being presented as an informational item today, but they will be brought back to the board for further consideration, reflection on any feedback received, and action 2 more times before they are finally adopted. While this process is underway, the board office will also undertake a review of its policy manual provisions to ensure that they are consistent with any changes made to our administrative rules. So I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Amy? If not, thank you, Amy. Next, we have policy manual revisions. Kristen and Executive Director Mark Braun will present.
I'll handle this. Let me start off by saying we know there have been a lot of emails and comments and concerns raised, and later today during public comment, we expect that there'll be a number of comments regarding this particular policy, which is why we're doing a first reading today and a second reading at the July meeting. This policy will have the benefit of the additional time to obtain feedback and have discussions about what it does and does not do. In recognition that this will require a significant amount of time at the universities to review and evaluate required courses, the effective date is next summer, 2026, in order to assure that we can do this carefully and develop processes with the universities. Some specifics about the policy are that the policy uses the word substantial, which is vague. But part of the implementation process will be working with the universities to define that and develop guidance for how to apply it. It's important to also note that this is in reference to required courses. To a large extent, this will help highlight just how many academic programs do not require courses that meet the substantial standard. The policy also provides a pathway to get to exceptions approved, as we recognize that some majors and degree programs must include substantial content that meets these definitions, which might be due to licensure, the nature of the discipline, or other reasons. Again, we will work with the universities on what and how to submit these requests for exceptions. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Regent Barker.
Thanks. Just a comment. As Mark said, we've received many, dozens of emails about this policy, and some of the emails were helpful. To be frank, I found some emails a bit on the arrogant and pompous side, but even some of those emails were helpful. Others, I think, showed a misunderstanding of the policy, but the helpful emails helped convince me that we can improve on this first draft of the policy. And our goal is not to shut down a point of view. Our goal is to prevent instructors from presenting contested, controversial ideas as settled fact. We shouldn't be EI, and CRT may be examples of that occurring, but there are many examples of this from the political right and from the political left. But if you think that that never happens in Iowa, teaching controversial ideas as settled fact, you should talk with more parents and students. I regularly hear these complaints. And public opinion polling shows a crisis in confidence in higher education, and the belief that colleges indoctrinate students with fringe ideologies is one reason for that loss of confidence. The belief that that happens is a reason for that loss of confidence. We need to do something about that, and some version of this policy will be an important first step. I have suggested some changes to this policy, and I hope that we can work with board staff to improve on this policy before its next reading.
Thank you. Is there any other? Regent Kramer?
I would echo those comments. It was well said, Regent Barker. And I had some of the same thoughts as we went through it, is that I think most of our faculty and staff here at the universities are not doing this. And so they can't imagine that it's really happening. I think they would also agree that, and we agree, that we don't want to be infringing on First Amendment or on trying to push an agenda ourselves. I think they would agree that the teachers shouldn't be indoctrinating students. So this is trying to address that more extreme case where students are being put into an uncomfortable, not just uncomfortable, but a a pressure situation that they shouldn't be in. So I think it's trying to find that balance. Yeah, we certainly don't want to start dictating from here about curriculum. We're trying to just be more student-focused and not force students into something for graduation that they, that they don't agree with, and we probably as a board probably don't agree with. So, and I also liked your comment too, that it's from the left and right. It shouldn't be indoctrination from either side.
Thank you, Regent Kramer. Regent Hensley?
Thank you. I echo the comments that have been made by my fellow regents here. I think a couple of things, just to make sure that there's a clear understanding. When the docket originally came out, it said that this was going to be the second reading, first and second reading, and I think that really is what lit a firestorm by a lot of individuals and where the emails came from. I am a very, very strong proponent of when you have something that is controversial, and I would say that this has been controversial, it's important that you take a pause, you push the pause button, you step back, and you take in information from the various groups out there. As Regent Barker indicated, he's learned some things, I've learned some things from some of the emails that have come in, and I am confident that when we get this back, and maybe we're not there on the second reading, it wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, this isn't going into effect until next year. So we've got time to get this dealt with correctly, and I think that should be our #1 priority.
Okay. Thank you, Regent Hensley. Any other? Regent Kramer?
I would just add too that I would be very interested in hearing the feedback from faculty and staff at the universities and maybe their faculty groups or unions, whatever they are, if they have language that they would propose, again, to catch these more extreme cases and protect students, but also give freedom to our teachers.
Very good. Are there any other comments at this time or questions? So, as you can see, we've listened. As Regent Hensley said, we were going to do a reading and vote. We heard people. We put it on pause so that we have the time to do the work that hopefully will make the best policy. So thank you all for your comments, and the proposed changes will be reviewed and discussed at a future meeting. The business of the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resource Committee has concluded, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let them get seated. So we'll go ahead and call the meeting of the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee to order. It looks like Regent Dunkel isn't able to be here today, so Regent Rouse is here and Regent Gipple is here as well. We'll begin with the approval of the minutes from the April 23rd meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. So our main agenda item today is a presentation on campus mental health services. In my recent conversations and many of my fellow Regents' conversations with students, mental health continues to come to the forefront of those conversations, particularly our student breakfasts with student leaders. And so I think I speak for all of us. We're very anxious and excited to hear about kind of the current status of mental health services that really came to the forefront after 2020 and COVID, and just kind of time for an update and to hear the current status. So with that, I would like to welcome to the table Dr. Toya Younger, Dr. Sarah Hansen, and Dr. Heather Schrader. I believe all your titles, student affairs world, experts in student life at our universities. So thank you for being here, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Regent Rouse. I'm Sarah Hansen. I'm the Vice President for Student Life at the University of Iowa. I'll start us off, but we really are appreciative of the chance to share about mental health supports on our campus. We're each going to share some key stats and updates with you. I can assure you that all of our campuses provide comprehensive services tailored to our specific populations. It's certainly not a one-size-fits-all endeavor to support today's students. As Regent Rouse mentioned, post-2020, it's an entirely different operation as well. One-on-one counseling is not the solution for every student, and it's certainly not the only solution or only intervention that we offer. Rather than when I went to school in 1980, I'm dating myself, but we kind of had a strategy where it was a funnel. And at the bottom of that funnel was one-on-one counseling with a therapist, and that was pretty much the solution for every mental health issue. We now really focus on building an ecosystem of supports for students so that we can meet a variety of needs with a variety of modalities and not necessarily use that highest level of support for a lower level of an issue, and make sure that we're matching the level of intervention that we provide with the level of distress or the level of need. So some of the interventions that we have at the University of Iowa include a 24/7, 365 phone, text, and chat support and crisis line. I emphasize the word support because that means that students can have a session with a therapist anytime that they want, and they can do that via phone, although none of them do. They all text or chat. If they have a crisis, they can also have 911 dispatched or mobile crisis. We launched last year in conjunction with a work group from the President's Leadership class, Together All, a professionally moderated peer-to-peer online support community where students can give and share support with peers around common mental health issues. Our Student Care and Assistance Office deals with a lot of lower level mental health distress and support, and serves as support often while students might be waiting for an appointment at our counseling service, which I'll talk about here in a second. Student Health employs both family physicians who deal with psychiatric and mental health issues, as well as psychiatrists. They address mental health concerns, psychiatric diagnosis, medication management, and eating disorders. Our Student Wellness Office provides skill building where students can learn relaxation, healthy sleep habits, which is something they lack, mindfulness habits, and all kinds of different strategies to better address stress. As I said, this is not our 1980s college student experience. In 2024, over 63% of students nationally entered college with a mental health diagnosis, the highest percentage in 12 years. More students come with a history of medications, and 10% of our students have been hospitalized for mental health concerns prior to stepping foot on our campus. When you look at wait times for services, that's one of the things that we know concerns our students. For student health, family physicians can typically see students the same day. Our psychiatrists take a little bit longer, about a 2-week wait, but again, we can work students in if they need help sooner. Student care and assistance can see students the same day, and often is that kind of holding point where they provide support for students while they might be waiting to see a counselor. A lot of campus partners will refer to student care, and then they'll help students get into UCS for appointments. That's what we call our counseling center, University Counseling Service, our acronym-rich environment. Student care and assistance also works directly with university counseling for work-in slots and urgent care slots if they have a crisis appointment. Our wait time for counseling appointments can range from being able to get in the same day to as long as 10 to 12 days during our busiest time, which is midterm, fall midterm specifically. When you look at visits and the proportion that are mental health, student health, about 20 to 25% of their visits have a mental health diagnosis now, and that is up from 6 to 8% about a decade ago. 7 of our top 25 diagnoses at student health are mental health. Lots of our return visits are virtual. I know that there was a question about whether virtual visits are still provided, and they definitely are. And with student health specifically, the student actually has to be physically in Iowa because we can't practice medicine across state lines. UCS offers about 9,000 appointments a year for counseling support. About 75% of those are in person. 25% choose those to be virtual. Student care adds another 1,500 students that they serve. about 25% virtual offerings. Student Wellness sees another 1,800 students for individual consults. They also offer a variety of online screening tools, so screening for anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder. 7,200 individual online screenings have been completed, and they reach another 20,000 students through outreach events, so that's individual presentations and things like that. Wrapping up, this is clearly a student success and retention issue. There are numerous studies, which I'm happy to provide to you, that demonstrate that therapeutic supports through counseling are directly related to improved student retention, with gains averaging about 10% for those who receive treatment for their concerns versus those who do not. In particular, one of the things that the literature shows is that students with high academic-related distress who do not receive treatment are much more likely to withdraw from college. Mental health support is directly related to that success, and concerns are not going away. And so I'm anxious for you to also hear from my colleagues about the good work that they're doing. I'll turn it over to VP Youngberg.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah. And thank you all for the opportunity to talk about this very important topic. This is something, as Regent Rouse mentioned earlier, that has probably grown exponentially just within the past 5 years since COVID. And so you'll hear a lot of similarities between the three Regent universities. We often huddle ourselves and have multiple conversations on services and programs that we provide and collect data from all three institutions to help better improve the things that each of us do. As Sarah mentioned, it's not just a one-stop shop for mental health services or mental health support right nowadays. One of the things that we often call it is it's an ecosystem, if you will. At Iowa State University, we call our ecosystem the culture of care. It's not necessarily some of the things that people automatically think about when they refer to mental health. Some of these things can range from depression and anxiety, but some of it is sleep disorders or sleep difficulties, stress about a class. And so individuals who are experiencing those issues may not necessarily need a one-on-one counseling session in our counseling centers. And that's why we have this ecosystem developed across the institution where we put emphasis on how we support the overall well-being of our students. Every other year, Iowa State University participates in the National Collegiate Health Assessment. And one of the primary findings, which is not just unique to Iowa State University, but on campuses all across the country, is that well-being topics make up the majority of the top 10 impediments to academic success. And as I mentioned, that's depression, anxiety, stress, and sleep difficulties. Therefore, at Iowa State University, our ecosystem consists of 4 primary units within student health and wellness, and these include the Teelan Student Health Center, Recreation Services, Student Counseling Services, and Student Health and Wellness, which has a unique focus on health promotion activities and also provides oversight to the SHOP, which is our Students Helping Our Peers, which is our food pantry. However, we recognize that well-being work happens all across campus. Therefore, we engage with numerous student health and wellness partners to provide mental health and overall well-being support for our students. Examples of some of the partners that we work with is our Student Assistance Office, similar to the Student Care Office that Sarah referred to here at University of Iowa. That office is no wait whatsoever. You can get in immediately, and the services they provide range from a student who broke their leg and is probably going to miss some classes and just doesn't know how to reach out and who to tell, to a death of a family member and needing some time. And so they're kind of our first stop shop. A lot of times we will refer people to the Student Assistance Office, and then they're able to refer them to other areas on campus. Additionally, we have our safety, and that's SAFET team, which is a multidisciplinary team that monitors student behaviors, provides support and outreach to students. Additionally, at the April board meeting, you all heard a report from our regarding student accessibility services. They too serve as a partner when we're looking at the overall health and well-being of our students. And also, our Iowa State University Police Department have hired mental health advocates. A lot of times we're dealing with certain situations that may not necessarily need the police force per se. And sometimes it's conversations with these mental health advocates which can really de-escalate some of the things that we see occurring. For the past 2 academic years, we recognize that we have seen a significant correlation between students' academic performance and their mental and health and well-being. And so for the past 2 academic years, our Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching have reached out to our student health and wellness units, asking to partner with them, particularly for trainings, workshops for new faculty, et cetera, to help them also be aware of signs to look for and how they can help refer students who may need assistance. Additionally, several years ago, in response to the pandemic, we launched Cyclone Support, which is a university-wide initiative that helps students with well-being support and resources. There's also a self-assessment tool. Students don't know what they need sometimes, and so there's an assessment tool where they can take the assessment, and depending on what they say, they can figure out what the resources they need. So for instance, we've just added a specific feature on there, so you can say, I'm a sophomore, I'm a business major, and I'm also struggling with finding food. And we can find information about tutoring for certain business classes. We can feed them information about the shop in our food pantry. And so we've really tailored that and it provides individual responses to each student based on their assessment. And we have seen a significant increase in the usage of the Cyclone Support website and this self-assessment tool, which helps us know where our students are. They may not come in and automatically tell us what they're dealing with, but they can take this self-assessment tool on their own, and then we have that information and can reach out to them accordingly. One of the things I want to speak to briefly in terms of data, and this is just based on our 2024 data alone, we've had over 1.4 million total points of contact in all of our student health and wellness units. And so that's the 4 units that I mentioned, in addition to some of the supports that we get from other areas across campus. We've held over 1,100 outreach sessions, workshops, et cetera, and have engaged with 81.2% of all of our students across campus. And so it is very apparent that our students are in need of support, and we are making sure that we have everything in line to provide those supports for our students. I'm going to pass it over to Heather from UNI, and then we'll be able to field some questions.
So many of our programs at UNI are very similar to my colleagues, and so I'll give you a couple highlights about this ecosystem that we too have. We look at our broad wellness services, including rec services, counseling services, health services, the Dean of Students Office, and wellness programming. One thing that we do is thinking about how are we working as partners across the campus to think about how we're all involved in the mental health support of students and their success. Because as my colleagues have shared, a student that has these supports around them, they're going to graduate, they're going to become citizens of the communities they're joining, and they're going to become full-fledged active citizens, hopefully, of Iowa, and then contributing to their communities. So with our services, particularly in counseling, in our counseling center, we work with our graduate programs in counseling and social work programs, as my colleagues do. And so that's another partnership that we have with academic affairs, in that we make sure that the students that are in those programs have hours that they can then earn their license and then go out and serve the communities in our state and beyond. And so that's also a free service that our students can then utilize so that they don't have wait times, amongst other opportunities such as our mental health case coordinator and then our psychiatry and counseling services. A unique program or kind of service that we put into place with our counseling center to decrease and do away with wait times is a model called OAT, which is 1 at a time. So instead of having a student come in and schedule 10 appointments right away, you actually just have 1 appointment and you work through that. And then if you and your counselor feel like there need to be additional appointments, then you schedule those at that time, at the time of concern. So that keeps the books basically from being full and serving students who need that immediately. We also have group therapy, we have Let's Talk, and we work very closely with our support services in the Dean of Students office. A couple of stats for you. Our health clinic had 6,500 students come through the way, or 6,500 visits, and that was about 3,000 unique visits from students. Counseling had 2,600 visits. That was about 500 unique visits from students, or 500 unique students. And psychiatry had 1,200 with about a little over 300 unique student visits. But interesting with the stat, then our wellness programming served over 4,000 students. And so that shows the students are going to those individual programs, working with coaching, working with stress mitigation, working with test prep, things like that, time management. That's what they're needing right away. And then if they need additional services, we have those referral mechanisms in place, and we also work with our services in Black Hawk County. With regards to care, so that's a big shift in the Dean of Students world. It used to be the Dean of Students office was all about conduct and having disciplinary meetings. That's really not the case, actually. That's a very small portion of that portfolio. We had over 800 students come and meet with our 2 staff members in that area for multiple visits, many of them. And the top 4 concerns that students expressed were assistance with academics, repeated absences that might have been reported by their faculty out of care, expressions of anxiousness, and then personal health concerns. So as you can see, these are broad, and sometimes they're very finite in time, and the student can come in immediately, get that support, and then work through our network. So a student isn't just wandering around and saying, I need to go to the counseling center, I don't know where that is. We actually have multiple people around, and we talk with students at orientation. When you see the name tag, that's a beacon for you. When you see that name tag, that person can help get you to those services that you may need. In addition, with rec services, we did a study not too long ago, a few years ago, and over 90% of the respondents, and they were all students, we had a really large turnout for this study from our institutional research. They talked about how over 90% of the students talked about how physical recreation services contributed to their positive mental health. And we all know that you feel great after a workout. You may be a little sore, but wow, the hormones are flowing, right? And the serotonin is pumping. Students really feel that physical release, and we've had over 250,000 points of contact with students. And that includes even some of our community members and faculty and staff and their families. So we have this integrated approach, as my colleagues have mentioned as well, to help with the overall well-being of a student, that holistic approach. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Sarah, who's going to talk about a unique program at Iowa.
Yeah, one of our philosophies at Iowa is we want there to be no wrong door. You don't want a student to have to walk into just the right door and ask just the right question in order to get the help they need. And one of our counseling service clinicians, Dr. Marie Adams, is a national expert in suicide prevention and leads our Suicide Prevention Coalition, and created something called Hope Boxes. Hope Boxes are a clinical intervention that can be used to address suicidal ideation, and sometimes it's used with clients that you're working with. And what she did is created these as an outreach technique. So she created a box that contains some stimulus and guides that can help students who might be in distress when they're not with a therapist, or maybe haven't even ever seen a therapist, but might be having some suicidal thoughts or some distress, that can help them calm, but also decrease impulsiveness, which is one of the critical risk factors to suicide, that especially with adolescents and young adults is an impulsive behavior, impulsive decision. And the thing that I love about this is that she made sure that some of our partner offices have these. So academic advising, where students might end up being in distress, our discipline office, our career center, our collegiate offices, and it has a letter that explains how those offices should use them with students. So if they're meeting with someone and the student's in distress, they can give the box to the student. I'm going to read you just part of a letter that Dean of Students Angie Reams and I received over the weekend from a family of a student who picked one of these up. I'm writing to extend my family's deepest gratitude for the Division of Student Life Suicide Prevention Coalition and for particular staff member within the division, Dr. Marie Adams. To share briefly, I have a nephew that attends the U of I. Now he's home for the summer with his family, and he shared this weekend about new mental health struggles. When we asked who or what, if anything, had helped him, he pulled out what he called a hope box. He said that he saw it advertised on the University Counseling Services Instagram page alongside a UCS psychologist, Marie, and other campus staff, so he decided to pick one up. Quite frankly, we all thought it was great. He explained more about how he used the box. He stated very clearly, this box came at the exact right time. It really did save my life. Because of this box, he's alive and well, opening up to us about what he needs and willing to seek the support that he deserves. We attribute the outcomes directly to the fact that he had access to this box. We're comforted knowing that experts exist on campus to help support my nephew when he returns in the fall. Given recent events with my nephew, we're profoundly grateful that instead of being broken by grief, our family remains complete because of her expertise and efforts to push projects like the Hope Box.
You can't turn it back to me with
I
that.
know. Sorry, but that's the kind of campus I know that we all want to have, is where, again, students don't have to go to just the right place. There are caring faculty and staff everywhere, and that if we don't know the answer, we'll get them to the right place. And I think that that's the work that we're all trying to do.
Well, thank you so much for all the work you're doing in this space, and what an amazing story too. I'm glad that student is doing well, so thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up to questions. Regent Hensley?
Great presentation, just excellent presentation. I'm trying to figure out, I've been to a couple of student leadership breakfasts, and this topic always comes up. So my question is, these are leaders on campus, and they're raising these questions. So how do we use them to help spread the message? And because clearly, you've got programs that are effective and are making a big difference. But when you have student leaders that come and say, this is an issue on campus and we need to be doing more, how can we incorporate them into the solution? Because I think that's a missing link.
I think that in some ways with this topic, there will never be enough. And that is that feeling that this isn't going away. And there is the opportunity to kind of have that vulnerability and that reality be out in the conversation. And then also to have students and to maybe ask us questions, what is it that you would like to see? What is it? What are we talking about when we say we'd like additional mental health services? Is it communication of the services? Is it timing? I mean, we all have recently added, our online or telehealth opportunities for counseling so that there is evening availability and emergency. And actually, that's where we see the largest amount of traffic on our TELUS, our telehealth counseling program, is at night. So I think that the realities are, we can always use more support, and we would always find ways to utilize that for students. Recently, talking with a therapist, they were talking about how academic stress is very unique and different than many other stress that a person will experience in their life. That's not to say one is better or more important than the other, but it is unique because it's finite, it's intense, it has a lot of time associated with that, and something that sometimes people haven't experienced yet. So that could be also the reason why you're hearing, we need more.
And I would add that many of our student leaders actually participate in a lot of our workshops. we're using them just like we do with our peer mentors. They may not necessarily listen to us, but they will listen to their peers. And so that's the way we try to incorporate many of our student leaders at Iowa State University. It's a lot of communication about these programs and services are usually through word of mouth. Now, to Heather's point, is it always enough? Many students feel like we need more counselors on campus. We saw the increase. We all had experiences during a very hectic time where we did have wait times. And that's when you started seeing the escalation and concern from our student leaders. And so what they're seeing and what they're hearing are from their peers that they need help. And so I think that's why you constantly hear our student leaders who come and they meet not only here with the Board of Regents, but with legislators, making sure that people are aware of the serious nature of mental health support that is needed, particularly on college campuses. And I think that's why you continue to hear about it.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Barker, did you have a question?
Sure. You made the comment, I think, that there will never be enough. Well, if there's never enough, how do you decide how much to provide? I mean, should we be cutting other programs because they're budget constraints, should we be cutting other programs and growing these?
When we were preparing this presentation, we wanted to make sure that we're presented from an asset lens. So this isn't, we're coming here to say we appreciate what is being provided. We know that almost all of these services are provided by fees that are paid by students and families in the state. What we are saying is that if there were ever opportunities to provide more to these services, they would be utilized in efficient ways as we have before. And it's not, the answer isn't always just hiring more counselors. In fact, that is a very huge challenge in our state and actually across the United States. There's never enough counselors to be able to meet all of the demands. And so what we're doing then is thinking about innovative ways to partner and programs so that we can support our students, not just in that one-on-one therapy. So, you know, I would never be one to say take from one to feed the other, but I think it is an opportunity to say, what is it that we're looking for? How do we continue to support this known issue, especially with the stats that were shared that students are already coming to our campus with well-established mental health concerns and supports needed.
I had a question about that. Did I hear you correctly that 10% of students had been hospitalized for mental health issues before they came to college? Wow. That's astonishing.
I think, yeah, it's significant. And so the percent of, to the point earlier about kind of that expectation for what we have in our student leaders, I think a lot of our students come with an expectation of continuing service from what they've used in high school or K through 12. And so some of what we're also teaching is, and I don't want to gloss over some skill building, that there are skill building components to this. That the world is distressing, and some of what we teach is dealing with distress, and that distress isn't always a crisis. Sometimes it's discomfort, and we can learn how, just like we do in our jobs and in our lives and in our relationships, we can learn practical strategies to address it, but those aren't always innate and they're not always instinctual. And so we do have to learn them, and we have to learn what works for us. And that's a big part of what the counseling service does, is actually not even just the therapy, it's teaching, skill building, and an efficient way that they do that. And probably the most efficient strategy with college students is actually group therapy. Is what we found. Group therapy and group skill building works very well with this very social generation versus individual therapy. So we're already sort of maximizing in terms of some of the efficiencies, moving away from that kind of one-on-one counseling model as much as possible.
Regent Gipple?
This is just like some of my comments coming from a student's perspective. I love hearing about all your programs and how you're accommodating from it for all these. It's such a new issue and it's growing so fast. I guess kind of why I feel these student leaders are coming to us is it's more manageable. It feels more manageable for those students to reach out to their other peers. So we love hearing their input. But I guess how do we keep up with this as it continues to rise? Like, I love seeing developing that box is like a great start. But how do we continue to support our college students going through, it is a really hard chapter for them. So how do we support that?
Well, and I think that's exactly the point that we were trying to drive home, is that it cannot just be on the student counseling centers. They cannot handle, they just don't have the means to handle the level of need that we're seeing. And so that's why it takes these collective efforts, these partnerships across campus. Our student assistance office really provides a lot of triage, if you will. And sometimes the faculty, we've had faculty who have come in and said, I am not a therapist, but I know that this student needs help. Can you please provide me something? So now we're doing training with our faculty and staff to say, hey, we don't expect you to be a therapist, but here are some questions that you can ask. And based on the responses, here are the places that you can refer them to. And so we're excited to see more people participating. But to your point, I think that it has to be an imperative across the university. That's really where Cyclone Support came from. When we started this initiative, yes, it was in the Division of Student Affairs. Yes, we were focused on the high numbers that we were seeing coming into counseling. But then when we were talking to them, the issues were all across the board. Some people said, I think I need to see a counselor, and it was really that they were struggling financially, financial aid wasn't coming together, and they were food insecure. That doesn't necessarily mean you need an hour long with a therapist, but it does mean that you need some sort of help and some sort of resources. And so we pulled this together across the university, bringing in different units and different people so that everyone would be aware of it. And we're pleased with the website. We know that a website does not answer all questions, but it gave us this kind of one-stop shop for all of our resources. And so students, and the traffic there has been just out of this world. And they go on there, and then we realize that it's not just students looking. It's our faculty and staff trying to get more information about the different resources that are available, and has to be an approach across the entire campus. We can't just put this on our counseling staff, because I think that's when you start seeing things such as counselor burnout. And there was a time that I'd venture to say that all of our staff within the counseling centers really experienced that, particularly around the pandemic. We were talking to some of our counselors who decided not to come back. They went into private practice, and the question was, why would you leave? And they say, don't get me wrong, I love student counseling. I love these environments, but as of late, it doesn't feel like a counseling center. It feels like a crisis center. And that's not what I signed up for. And so we've had to reach across the university and have different departments and different folks partner with us in order to get the message out in the areas of support.
I love the culture of collaboration, and the more that we can offer that support from all these different avenues, I think is the way to go. Are there any other challenges? I mean, you've touched on several, but are there any other challenges you want to speak to in this space?
Well, I think, yeah, definitely, I think the counselors can choose where and how they want to work now, post-pandemic. Certainly, there's an exodus to private practice, because mental health is not just exploding in terms of an issue in higher ed, it's national. And they can set their own hours, they can work virtually if they want to, and so I know that we've all had to try to become more competitive with our salaries, which is we want to be, but it's a challenge. I think the financing, as you noted, is a challenge. Our students, maybe 10 or so years ago, endorsed a student fee, a mental health fee, which we are super appreciative of. It funds about 40% of the costs of our university counseling service. So we are very much appreciative of it, but it's a part of that overall picture in terms of all of the services that we're providing. So we certainly are always looking for partnerships and ways that we can collaborate, and donor funds and everything else that we can put together to kind of keep this going.
And I would just add to that we were all excited during that period of time where we added telehealth to our services provided. But that is not a permanent fix. Telehealth, I'll be quite honest, it's very expensive. Students use it. They use it at nighttime when all of us are quietly sleeping at home. We see most of our students doing their counseling appointments between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Now, at 2 a.m., that's the last thing I'm thinking about, but that is the schedule that our students are on. And so I do want to emphasize that while we are very grateful for the partnerships with telehealth, that can by no means be it cannot replace what our counselors do, what our in-person counseling staff does. And there's so much more to it, and the student health resources are always important. And so I do, and I can speak for my colleagues, we are grateful that we have that as an option. But I'll just be very direct. I don't know how much longer we'll be able to fund those. They are very expensive programs. They're serving our needs. But we also have a lot of students who don't want that. They want to sit down and meet face-to-face with someone. And so we have to consider what that looks like and what the price tag on that might be as well.
Yeah, the vendors have been quick. The prices have gone up since that started to become more popular.
Sure.
Regent Bates?
Yeah. What kind of contact, when a student comes to you as a freshman who's already had some mental health issues, do you have contact with the school, with the parents? How do you make that transition at that time easier?
We rely a lot on bringing in the family. So we have, I'm sure as my colleagues do, have counseling staff, wellness staff, health staff, dean of student staff that are present at orientation. When we're presenting to families, we're letting them know this is a place you can go. A lot of times I've seen families they don't need someone to ask them, they're ready to give it. They're very proactive in advocating for their student. So a lot of times they're getting in touch with us first, making sure that they either have medication coverage or, anything from allergy shots to food, issues, anything that may pop up, they're usually reaching out first. And then we're coordinating that with them, either if they need someone locally because their insurance won't cover. We do a lot of that work too. Our health centers do that.
Well, I applaud how your programs have all grown and how you're encompassing the whole university. We're stronger together as a whole unit. So very good. Thank you for the.
Regent Reiswick?
Yeah, thank you. I'd echo that statement too. Having been a regent since 22 and seeing this kind of progress, there's a lot of good things that have happened over that time. So it hasn't just stayed stagnant. There's a lot more that we can do, but thank you for what you're doing. That box is really neat in particular. I pulled out the little pocket journal that's in there. That's what I'll call it, in that little red book. It looks like something you enter an entry in every day, or maybe the very first thing on that list is what I'm thankful for. I love that. So what am I thankful for today? I actually do that myself. So for whatever that's worth, I think that's a really cool box. And to that point, I think some of the kids or students don't know how to articulate how they're feeling or how to really frame this thing up. So talking to somebody might be helpful to them. And you brought up a couple times the terms psychologist, counselor, coaching. So those are different things. First question is how do you, it's a hierarchy, I guess, of how you deal with mental health issues. So how do you organize that? Because you've kind of alluded to it. I think that's good. And then the second question is, I'd add peer support onto that too, is in that hierarchy. And how do we get the student government involved? How do we get student organizations involved? Maybe there's some training at a coaching level or how to use these boxes that the student government can have, or maybe you're already doing this. So maybe elaborate on all that stuff, yeah.
Well, I can talk about with coaching. I mean, that's coaching are the skills that Sarah's mentioned. How to manage your time, how to deal with a test that's coming up, like how to deal with a breakup. Those things, and again, some of those concerns are at higher levels for students. So it's not to say these types are low and these types are high, but it's helping build resiliency. or build upon the resiliency that the students are already bringing. It's helping them manage stressors. It's helping, and it's helping people learn how to have compassion for yourself and give yourself grace, as we all sit around this table probably can still help learn as well. I know myself, I have to do that. And so thinking about if the news is stressing you out, how do you turn off the TV or stop scrolling or things like that? So that would be coaching. Counseling would be a little bit more elevated, more detailed specific, maybe treatment specific. And then we have psychiatry when medication is involved.
And I would just add, part of our cyclone support initiative is trying to teach students health-seeking behaviors. They don't know how to seek out information sometimes, or they're unclear of where that is. And so that's why we put this together, so that you can, the self-assessment, and I wanted to do it, but then I said, if I do it myself, it'll probably refer me to 50 different places across. But when you do the self-assessment tool, it really kind of helps them answer and become proactive on seeking out places and saying, wow, they may type in something on the assessment tool that just says, I'm struggling in a class. And the response is, well, we have a help center that works specifically for math. We have tutoring set up, and we also have the Academic Success Center, which is at such and such. Would you like someone to reach out? And oftentimes they'll say yes, and then they get that personalized thing. And I think that that's one thing that we have to emphasize, is that there's a personal aspect to some of this. It's not a one-size-fits-all. There are certain people who will chat instead of talk to someone in person. There's someone who will text back and forth and never pick up a phone and have a conversation. And so we are really trying to focus on meeting the students, and I hate this term because you hear it a lot, but you got to meet the students where they are. And it's true, because not all of them will seek out certain things. And so part of our initiative has been to teach students what is help-seeking behavior and let them know it is okay to seek help.
President Bates touched on this, but for such a high percentage that are already coming in with prior experience with, or a need for medication, or how often are they able to continue telehealth, like with their at-home provider?
Yeah.
Is there some of that as well, instead of
Definitely.
always needing to seek out new support at the university?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's sometimes 25-30% of our students might still be seeing someone at home as well. Whether that, sometimes that's mainly medication management though, versus ongoing counseling. It's sometimes easier just to manage medication with a home check-in, or stop at home and get those med levels checked. Yeah.
Sure. Are there any other questions? Regent Reiswick?
Yeah, just to follow up, my other question was about the peer groups.
Yes, I was just going to say.
Yeah, so is there, and my point of bringing up psychiatry, counseling, coaching is that, psychiatry is more of, you got a PhD, and there's not as many of those people counseling, and then coaching might be easier. It broadens things out, so you can kind of figure out where people need to go based on their need.
Yep.
And coaching might actually be something that there's some formal, informal training for student orgs or even student government, so we can engage with them and give them tools. Like, how do I, if my friend's going through something, if I can help with that to a point, and then I'm just trained enough to know when to get someone else involved at the counseling or the psychologist level. Anyway,
Absolutely.
Go ahead, comment on that.
Yeah, and our resident assistants are a great example of that in the residence halls, who have really pretty significant training in micro-counseling, in helping skills, in making referrals. And I think one of our key areas of growth, I think, is expanding that to some of our primary student organizations that are real kind of cultural transmitters, that we can encourage use of this and other interventions. The Together All peer-to-peer intervention that we're rolling out, we are using students to test that, but then also to really be the ambassadors for that. And the peer leaders work at almost every aspect of higher ed. They are incredibly helpful in academic support areas. We have peer learning assistants and supplemental instruction leaders, and this is an area that I think we can do more to leverage peer support with appropriate training and support. Yeah.
Any other questions? I can definitely say this will not be going away. I mean, I know the statistics, I have young kiddos, and the statistics are definitely growing even at that younger age. And so it will definitely be something that we'll continue to need to work on and make progress in. And full confidence, though, that we have great people at the forefront with students' best interest at heart, since that's why we're here. So with that, we will adjourn our Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Well, the meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee is called to order. First begin with the roll. I'm David Barker, Regent Barker, Chairman of the committee. Regent Hensley here, and Regent Dunkel is absent. The first item is the minutes of the February 27th meeting. Are there any changes, any comments on the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes will be approved by general consent. The next item is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended March 31st, 2025, even though a lot of things have happened since then that will make some of this information obsolete, but we'll hear it anyway, and we'll hear from hear Doug's commentary on it. Doug, take it away.
Thank you, Regent Barker. So, I mean, the comments are very true. This is dated, but some of this is still somewhat applicable to what we're seeing in the marketplace now. And the first slide we have in the deck is an important one. It talks about consumers. And the two lines in this page, one is consumer sentiment, and the other is consumers' inflation expectation. And the key here is that you see at the beginning of the year a pretty sharp increase in expectations for inflation and then a pretty big drop-off in consumer sentiment. And the takeaway here is that consumers are a little worried right now, and from a growth standpoint, consumers continue to drive GDP. So the concern here is that if this continues, that could impact consumer spending. The good news is, in the 1 month that we've had since these data points, this has moderated a little bit, so at least it's trending a little bit more in the right direction. With regards to actual inflation, we're showing PCE on this page, personal consumption expenditure. This is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. Here we're showing 2.3%. This was as of March. The more recent number, this was 2.5%. But this is slightly above where the Fed would like it to be. So if you think about what the Fed is looking at in terms of inflation and then employment, inflation is still running higher than they would like. And this persistent, stickier inflation is going to mean that they're going to be less willing to initiate another cut in the near term.
That's a big disparity between expectations and actual inflation numbers.
It's one of the highest that has been. The inflation expectations from a consumer standpoint is the highest in about 40 years.
Okay.
On the labor front, the labor market's been pretty resilient. So you see the lines coming down. The bars here are monthly net job gains. And then the line on the chart is the unemployment rate. You can see the unemployment rate has slowly ticked up a little bit. As we sit here today, that number is still about 4.2%. The job gains month over month have been shrinking. So 2025, you've seen slower job growth, which is somewhat to be expected given where we're at in the cycle. But again, I think this is a little bit more resilient than many were thinking. But you are starting to see some signs in the data. Federal employment has come down. And then the JOLTS data, folks are less likely to quit their jobs right now. And you are starting to see job openings have declined since their peaks. But most recent data came out, job openings actually unexpectedly increased. So again, market is a little bit more resilient than I think what a lot of people expected going into the year. The GDP numbers that came out, we did see a 0.2% decline in the first quarter. The question that we get a lot is, what are the probability of recession? Most major banks have a probability in sort of the 25 to 40% range. It's certainly elevated from what it has been in the past, but by no means are we at a high in terms of those probabilities. And when you look at the underlying data from a GDP standpoint, one of the real reasons behind this contraction was net exports. So ahead of the tariffs being instituted, a lot of companies front-loaded inventory. So you saw a massive increase in imports, about a 41% increase as companies stockpiled goods in advance of the tariffs. So that was a big impact for first quarter. That will abide by the second quarter. So if you think about the projections on the prior page, the expected 2Q numbers are going to be positive, at least at this point.
So those recession probability indicators are looking out
a couple months in advance.
Like the Fed's real-time predictors of GDP for the next few quarters show growth.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
And this is just measuring uncertainty. And when you look at any recession probability, it's very rare for that to be at a 0% level. It's typically a little bit higher than that.
Right.
So taking that all into account, when we look at what the market is expecting the Fed to do, on this page we're showing the expected path of rate cuts. The blue bars are representative of how many quarter basis point cuts the Fed may or may not do. And then the green line shows the expected path of the overnight rate. And the big difference between this chart when we printed this data versus now is that there's much less of a probability of the Fed cutting now than there was 2 months ago. So if you look at this now, the expectation, at least from a market standpoint, is that there aren't going to be any cuts until September. And at that point, there's about a 70% chance of a quarter point cut.
So what do we take from that? I mean, the Fed would cut if we were more likely to head into recession. Correct. So if cuts are less likely, does that mean less likelihood of recession?
The big takeaway here is the Fed is still concerned about inflation. And between the two, with their dual mandate, they've tended, at least in the current Fed, to be more concerned with inflation than the employment side.
So the same as, they're concerned just like consumers are concerned, maybe more than the actual data. So if the data stay close to 2% for a while, we should see that.
Exactly, and that's really, it's consistent with the GDP data, consistent with the inflation data. There's so much uncertainty around this right now because of how front-loaded a lot of that inventory was. You aren't seeing this in the inflation data yet, so the Fed is really sort of in that wait-and-see mode. The yield curve has steepened, and it's steepened since this report was put together. The big takeaway on this page is that on the short end of the curve, that's what the Fed controls, and if the Fed does eventually cut rates, you'll see that part of the yield curve drop down. So rates on the short end of the curve will decrease. Right now, we're seeing rates in the 10-year plus actually increase, and there has been a general concern in the fixed income market around the deficit and just the level of interest expense currently. And that's something that the fixed income market is generally very apt to deliver that message, and the way that they're doing that is trying to get more compensation for the actual debt itself. So you have seen rates move up slightly since what we're seeing here, and actually the 30-year breached 5%, which we haven't seen in some time. We point out the volatility we've seen. Again, this was the first quarter. Since mid-April, volatility's dropped off quite a bit, so it's been a much more stable environment. But what we saw during early April was consistent with what some of the other past crises that you've seen in terms of market performance. One of the days was in excess of 10% in terms of volatility intraday. We have a chart in here just on the outcomes after a drawdown in the market. The only takeaway here is that when you do see a drawdown in the market, and we did see a 15% drawdown, if you look forward a year past that point, 82% of the time the market is positive. So again, the takeaway here is usually when you see drawdowns in the market, historically speaking, if you look out a year plus, you typically see some sort of a rebound. There are some very clear counterexamples of that that everyone here has lived through, but generally speaking, the market does tend to rise over the course of time past a negative period like that.
Well, if you go out far enough, it's always
correct,
at least
correct.
in the past. Yeah.
Generally speaking. And then, the non-U.S. markets are really benefiting right now from currency. The dollar was at a relative high compared to most other developed and emerging market currencies. And what we're showing here is just the non-U.S. developed currencies strengthened pretty substantially to start out the year. And when you're a U.S. investor investing in non-U.S. equity, this is a nice tailwind. This is additive to performance. And that's something that you haven't seen in non-U.S. markets for quite some time. So that's one of the benefits of diversification within the fund. And then lastly, on private equity, private equity has gone through a 10, 15, 20-year very strong period of time. Distributions, particularly at the start of this decade, were extraordinarily strong, 2021 being the outlier here. The last couple of years, distributions have been below what they have been historically. And for any investor in private equity, what that means is they're not returning money as fast as they typically do. So distributions this year were expected to pick up. There was some optimism around rising M&A activity. And what you've seen is that actually has not happened quite yet. There's still quite a bit of uncertainty, and when there's uncertainty, you tend to see less deals being done. So distributions have come down. The holding period for private equity companies has increased. Again, the expectation is that at a certain point, these distributions will start to pick up, but that does require some additional certainty around what we're seeing in the marketplace right now. Does anyone have any questions just generally on the market before I move forward into portfolios?
Yeah, one question that I saw, and maybe I didn't understand this correctly, so when it comes to job ads and unemployment rates, so and this is where I might not have understood, but if there are less job ads but the unemployment rate stays the same, what's going on there? Shouldn't that be correlated?
Yeah, so there is a quirk in those two numbers. They come from two different studies. So that is not always the case. The other part of it is just there's a natural level of new job gains that we need to have from an economic standpoint just to stay even. So that is the other part of it. But the real issue is that those two data points come from two different unemployment surveys.
And that's from employees versus employers.
Employers, correct.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have anything to do with workforce participation, or is that a part of it?
That definitely is a part of it as well. That has been an issue in times past. It's not as much of an issue right now, but periodically that does play a pretty large role in those numbers.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is on private equity. The slide, equity exits plus distributions. How's the return on the private equity investments? Has that stayed decently well? It just takes longer, or what's the...
Yeah, so the issue here, just like any asset class that's valued either on a monthly, quarterly, or less than daily basis, is you're dealing with valuations versus actually getting the money back. So while the valuations might be strong right now, until you get those distributions back and are able to redeploy that capital, it's still sort of a paper return, if you will. So the last year or so, the returns have been fine. Certainly not as strong as they were sort of over the last 10+ year period. They've been more muted than that. But the issue is that distribution of capital, that's you realizing those gains. And that's what most investors really rely on, is the actual distributions.
Any other questions? Now, before we get into the performance, since we've got a couple of new regions, I just thought I would say, as you look at these performance numbers, worth keeping in mind we have a lot of money invested here, but we take a very conservative approach to investment. We're very diversified. So in every report, you're going to see some of our investments doing poorly and some doing well. That's by design, so that on average, we have nice, steady growth. But we do not invest in the kind of exotic investments that some universities do. I think maybe our weighting on private equity is a little bit different than some standard portfolios, but we've had pretty in-depth discussions about why that is and why we think that's right for our particular objectives. But anyway, happy to take any questions anytime about that, but we'll go ahead into performance.
Yeah, and so the backdrop here in the first quarter, recall that the U.S. equity market was down around 5%. So the sort of perception of the quarter was a pretty negative quarter overall. And I think the takeaway as you move through the portfolio is that diversification does matter. All the portfolios were positive for the quarter, in that there is a rationale for how we are allocating the assets. It's tough when the last 10, 15 years, the market has been dominated by the U.S., and U.S. equities have performed so well, but having a diversified portfolio is extremely important. So we start out here with the University of Iowa operating portfolio, which the Northern Iowa is included in this portfolio. And to Regent Barker's point, the portfolio here is more conservative. So you see a much higher allocation to fixed income and liquidity, much lower allocations to risk assets overall. This is a portfolio that you're going to see a lot of cash flows moving in and out of. So it's very important for this to be a more conservative and liquid portfolio overall. In terms of performance, the objectives here are lower than what you would see in an endowment fund. So long term, you're expecting to see a 3% return overall, which the fund has delivered. For the quarter, the fund was up 2%. And then over the last year, a pretty strong year overall, up over 6% for the total fund.
And I've pointed this out before, but just for the benefit of new regions, that first, it always looks at first like we've done poorly in the first quarter, but that's using a different scale, right? So the quarter number you should multiply by 4 to compare to the other bars. So that's actually a very strong performance.
Yeah, the quarter is not annualized in any of the materials here. So overall, again, it was a strong environment for fixed income over the last year, particularly credit overall. And again, given the volatility we saw during the first quarter, more conservative nature helped, and the diversification helped as well. The Iowa State portfolio, similar objectives here. The only difference you'll see here, talking about those cash flows, is that when we take a month-end snapshot, when cash comes in or cash goes out, sometimes you'll see higher allocations to liquidity. Again, overall, the portfolio is in line with its policy targets, but you will see points in time, month over month, when you get an influx of cash or a distribution from cash. And then performance, again, very similar overall. The objective here, again, a 3% return over the long term, and the 10-year period seeing a 3.1% net of fees. The University of Iowa has an intermediate portfolio, and here what you'll notice is that the fixed income and liquidity allocation is a little bit lower. You'll see higher allocations to risk assets like equities. Still no private markets in this portfolio. This is still a liquid portfolio, but overall, relative to policy targets, very close to those targets. And then performance, the objective is a little bit higher. And so overall, the quarter is relatively similar at about 2%, in the one-year period at 5.8%. But the longer-term objective is a little higher than that 3%, given the higher exposures to risk assets. But overall, the portfolio is performing well, and it's outperforming its policy index across all time periods. And then the University of Iowa endowment is on page 22 here. The key thing to point out here is that you do see the private markets exposure. The endowment is a long-term portfolio designed to be in perpetuity, so you do see higher exposures to risk assets with a higher expected return in this portfolio. Again, the key thing with the private markets portfolio is these are illiquid assets, so you're allocating over time, and the allocation relative to the target is going to be varied basically anytime you look at this. It's very rare to be spot on with your targets. We do a commitment model every single year to adjust the commitment pacing for private markets. So at points in time, we might be a little bit over, might be a little bit under, and we'll adjust the commitments amount for the following years to adjust for that. This is steering a large ship rather than being more nimble with the traditional assets that you can rebalance on a day-to-day basis. So that is something you'll notice in both of the University of Iowa and Iowa State. They're over-allocated relative to targets in private markets. That's been the case for the last couple of years. Private markets have performed quite well over the last decade, and this is something we do take into account and will migrate back towards policy over time. Performance-wise, you'll see more muted returns for the endowments here. The other part of the equation in terms of performance for the endowments is that the private markets are only valued on a quarterly basis, and when we print this data, there is no valuation. So about a third of the portfolio isn't valued. So you tend to see more muted returns on the quarter-to-quarter basis. If you look out over the longer term, you'll see the benefit of adding risk assets in private markets to the portfolio with over an 11% return over the 5-year and a close to 8% return over the last 10 years. And then the Iowa State portfolio, again, similar targets to the University of Iowa portfolio. You'll see the over-allocation on the private market side. Again, that is addressed through the commitment modeling that we do every year, and the corresponding underweights across the other asset classes. And then performance, again, very similar to the University of Iowa portfolio, given the similar allocations. Again, long-term, the idea here is that private markets and the more heavier allocation to risk assets is going to generate a higher return than the operating or intermediate allocations. Happy to answer any questions on any of the portfolios or performance.
Any questions? Oh, Chris.
In the meeting, and just for the benefit of the new regents, Regent Dunkel raised a question about asset allocation and how often do we do that? When do we look at it? What triggers that analysis?
So we look at asset allocation probably too often. What most institutional investors are usually on more like a 3-year basis. We internally are looking at this more on a quarterly basis. We update our asset allocation software on a quarterly basis and are evaluating on a quarterly basis. But the question around changes to the asset allocation, it's really around market shifts or objective shifts. Typically, your long-term strategic allocation is not something that you change on a frequent basis unless there's material changes either to the market environment or, more importantly, to your objectives. And there really hasn't been any material changes from an objective standpoint to the endowments. So the strategic allocation has been relatively static over the last few years.
Anyone else? Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
And next, we have an abandonment resolution for the University of Iowa.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Barker. I'll just cover the last 2 items, if it would please the chair. There's 2 items on the agenda that are bond-related resolutions. Okay. The first is an abandonment resolution for the hospital parking ramp 1 that includes a certification from the university treasurer that the net revenues of the parking system would still be sufficient to meet the bond covenant requirements without use of that particular structure. The next is a reimbursement resolution that would allow the university parking system to reimburse themselves with tax-exempt bond proceeds that may be sold in the future for project costs related to a parking ramp at the downtown medical center that may be incurred prior to the issuance of bonds.
So the first one is to abandon the parking ramp 1, which we were just talking about this morning.
Yes.
And then the second is the parking ramp at the Old Mercy, the downtown
That's correct.
campus.
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay. Question?
Yeah, just one question. On the parking ramp and for future bond proceeds to be retroactive, do we do that often?
We bring reimbursement resolutions to the board frequently, and I should clarify that enactment or passage of this resolution in no way commits the board to approving the particular project or the issuance of bonds. We would still go through that process, so it does not represent a commitment, but it provides maximum flexibility in what those bond proceeds may be used for.
So if it doesn't go forward and we don't issue the bonds, but we've incurred the expense, how is it covered?
I mean, if there were planning expenses, they would just be covered by the system.
Okay.
So, and just to clarify, if the project were not to go forward or not even presented by the university, this reimbursement resolution would simply die on the vine, so to speak. So
Okay.
it's.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. And so explain on the parking ramp 1, I'm looking at that as an enabling project for the tower. As I indicated this morning, I'm not yet convinced that the tower is our only option. And I understand the point that was made this morning about these projects maybe going forward with or without the tower. That was a new point to me that I'm still not 100% convinced on. So I will vote no on this. I don't expect to prevail in this vote, but I wanted to register my concern over the project. So Regent Dunkel is absent, so I'll vote no. Regent Hensley?
I will vote yes.
All right, so the committee will not make a recommendation to the full board, but the full board will vote on this tomorrow, I believe. All right. On the second one, the reimbursement resolution, I'll vote yes. All right, we will recommend that to the full board. That's the business has concluded for the investment committee, and the meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Well, I get to bang that again. And Regent Dunkel is absent, and I am a new member of the Audit Committee, so I'll be chairing this. And our first item is the minutes of the April 23rd, 2025 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. Any questions or corrections? If there are none, we'll approve the minutes by general consent. And next, I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Chad Sharp to present the internal audit reports that have been issued.
Thank you, Regent Barker. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Regent Jaden. I'll highlight a few of the reports in your packet today and then give you a brief update on the progress that we've made on the fiscal 25 audit plan. So I'll start with a review of the vendor management controls at the medical center downtown at the University of Iowa, the former Mercy Hospital location. So vendor representatives provide special medical instrumentation and education. They're required to check in at either a kiosk in the facility or they can use a mobile app to check in. They're required to wear a identification badge. The mobile app does not print a ID badge at this time. So we made recommendations that they require the representatives to check in at the kiosk in the facility rather than the mobile app, that they implement vendor management policies and educate the representatives on these policies, and use the existing functionality within the vendor management system to do this. So by uploading these policies to the system, require the representatives to attest that they understand them, that they will follow them. Those policies would be things for checking in, understand to check in and wear their badge. Central sterilization, they have a policy on that. It has not been shared with the representatives formally at this point. So put them in front of the representatives and get their attestation to follow those. Then to continue using system functionality by running reports to confirm compliance with those requirements and other requirements that they have, and documenting a process for reviewing and approving new products that they bring into the system. At the University of Iowa, we also reviewed the StarRes system and the associated processes that Housing and Dining use to manage student housing contracts and meal plans for students. The system's also used to manage access to the dining and housing facilities, roommate matching, and other administrative functions. It was implemented in 2011 and recently moved to the cloud in March of 2024. The current billing process that they have in place involves manually exporting information out of StarRes, making adjustments to that file outside of the source system, and uploading it into the billing system to generate the bills. So we made recommendations to strengthen their billing process, also their user access management processes, and update procedural documentation, specifically documenting their critical procedures, make them available to staff, keep them current, and train backup staff to reduce the reliance on key individuals. That they work with IT to review and test StarRes functionality to automate as much of that billing process as they can, and interface data from StarRes to the billing system and eliminate the in-between manual process of editing that file. And then implement a formal reconciliation process to confirm the accuracy and completeness of that interface data. Also implement regular user access reviews, remove access to the system when it's no longer necessary, and consider transferring that access management responsibility back to the IT staff where it was prior to the migration to the cloud. Have system administrators complete StarRes training and document those procedures as well as confirming required training is complete prior to provisioning access to the system. So an example of that required training would be FERPA training. And then update their disaster recovery business continuity plan, publish their retention schedule on the university's website, and work with the vendor to document how future digital accessibility issues will be handled in terms of prioritization and timing when they're identified in the future. At Iowa State, we conducted a review of cash management and investments within the Treasury's office. They have 4 full-time staff that are responsible for wire transfers, bank account reconciliation, bank balances, short-term investments. And we made recommendations to formalize their bank reconciliation procedures, including acceptable timelines for those to be reconciled in, and consistent follow-up procedures and documentation procedures during those follow-up processes.
So is there some time on that that'll take to catch up on those reconciliations, or are they set? Or?
They actively started working on that during the audit. They had committed to having it complete by June 1st, and we're right now working to find out where they're at. I know they were a good way there. I just don't know exactly where they're at, but they're working on those. Yeah, thank you. Also work with ITS to identify opportunities for automation during those reconciliation processes if possible. And then to your point, reconcile those items that they're working on. As well as, formalizing their process for granting and removing physical access to their office space, work with building security services to remove the access that's not necessary. Document their expectations for the targeted monthly bank account balance as well as working with ITS to explore and implement a tool to better manage the forecasting and the management of that targeted balance. And work with ITS to determine if access to the bank account portals can be integrated with the university's identity and access management tools for a more streamlined access process there, document those processes, and implement additional approvals in the wire transfer process to segregate the duties better there. At Iowa State, we also conducted a review of flight service. They have 2 full-time pilots. They're a unit within athletics. We reviewed the processes that they use to purchase the current plane, to sell the previous plane, as well as the operational processes to manage the ongoing plane usage that are in place. The current plane was purchased in December of 2023, and the previous plane was sold in April of 2024. Flight Service and Athletics worked with the foundation to purchase the current plane. It was purchased out of an athletics account at the foundation, and ISU assigned as the title assignee, so it is their plane, it's their asset. Excuse me, they also engaged a broker to sell the previous plane, and that resulted in the sale proceeds going back to that same account at the foundation that was used to purchase the current plane. So we recommended that management follow the existing property disposal and procurement policies, and if there's reason to deviate from those, that formally documenting those and getting approval from the office involved to prevent breakdown in the process later on, and that the capital assets are properly recorded timely and the sale proceeds are properly recorded.
Right, we'll have a follow-up report on this one.
Absolutely.
At the, when do you think that would be?
I think that one was due here pretty quick. They were quick with their time frame, so I would, September or November for sure.
Okay.
Would be my estimation. We're actively working with them to follow up as well.
All right, yeah, I think there's some public interest in this one, but it'll be good to reassure people that this is running smoothly.
Yes, yeah. Okay, and then that they document and implement standard flight procedures for flight trip requests, approvals, as well as their internal billing, including timeliness to bill the client, the internal customer, after the flight is completed. And work with building security services to further restrict physical access to the hangar. Work with the controllers department to process meal reimbursements for pilots as taxable when they're in a non-overnight status for travel. And document the results of verifying backup pilot license and training qualifications when a backup pilot is used. That's currently being done by the Director of Flight Services. It's just not being documented that it was done. And then they lease the hangar to a entity that has a plane in the hangar as well, and so we recommended that they regularly confirm that that insurance coverage for that entity is up to date and current on a regular basis. At the University of Northern Iowa, we reviewed processes for managing and distributing meal cards. So Housing and Dining manages these cards, activates them, distributes them to admissions for student visit days, student success and retention for orientations for students. The cards are good for one meal on campus. They're distributed to the student and their family that are in attendance. And we recommended that all 3 offices implement inventory controls to better monitor and track that card's life cycle throughout the process. And then an update on the North Liberty Hospital construction engagement with Baker Tilly. That continues to go well. They're performing their closeout procedures and are still on track for presenting their final report in November. As of the last.
You don't have any indication of issues in that report?
Nope, everything is going smoothly.
That's great.
Yeah.
And you would anticipate that we would follow the same kind of procedure if we were to undertake the tower project also?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. That is out for bid as we speak.
Yeah. No, I think that was super important and good to have done on the North Liberty project.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Any other questions? I will update on the audit progress, but any questions on the reports?
Any questions?
Okay, I appreciate it. So audit progress, so we're looking to finish this year, the fiscal 25, with more audits complete or in progress than we have the last 3 years. Closer to 80% is where we're targeting, still not where we want to be, but it is, I think, a big step in the right direction from where we've been in the last 3 years. The last 3 years, I think, were primarily impacted by turnover. This year, I was a bit aggressive, hindsight, in the audit plan, considering the number of new staff that we've brought on board and the time and the effort that has been taken to train them and bring them up to speed. But with that said, the big step forward is a huge credit to the staff that are working to onboard them, a huge credit to the newer staff to our department that are learning and getting up to speed. And so that's where we're shooting to be. We will continue to take that into account moving into fiscal '26 and have a realistic audit plan, but yet a bit of a stretch to be to shoot for.
Well, that's a good point. We've been asking over quite a while about where you are in your staffing levels.
Yes.
And when you get there, that's not the end. That you've got a lot of new people. That's still a lot of work. But you're now fully staffed?
We are not.
Okay.
We're down one auditor.
Okay.
Left at the end of May. So I'm going to be working with Kristen to post for that here shortly. And our executive assistant left for a position closer to home, less commute, back in April. So the new executive assistant starts this Monday, actually. So we're very excited for that.
Regent Hensley.
I'd like to go back to the status of the previous audits that have been completed previously. And,
Yes.
and there are a couple of them in there that have red squares, which means high risk, potential trouble there, or maybe they have not gotten back and made the corrective actions as timely as they should be.
Yes.
So when that occurs, how do you give them additional time? And there's one in here from the University of Northern Iowa that's actually, the corrections were back in May of '23, and now you've given them to June of '25, and it's still red.
Yes, so that one specifically, we performed the audit, issued it in September of '22. After that, while we were following up, correct me if my timing is incorrect, but we had a new athletic director left. Now we have a new athletic director there, as well as the CFO position, the financial manager, left and is new now. I believe that should be closed for September, but we're working with them to confirm that they have a budget in place. They have a budget in place for this year, but the other piece of that is a multi-year budget. And my understanding is we are close, and it's just been working through with the new staff.
So those internal audits that have the red, do you monitor those on a regular basis? So
we monitor all of these on a regular basis. So the red at this point is just signifying that they missed their target date by more than 6 months.
Okay.
So, and you'll notice that then, yes, we put a new target date because we've been working with the client that, okay, now we think we're going to get it done in June of '25. And the ones at Iowa State have an updated target date. And so we continue to stay in touch with them, and we want them to do the right thing and make the corrections and implement their action plan the right way and not just to close the audit. So we don't reset the clock, if you will, to not make it red, but we update the board and say, here's where we are now expecting them to finish.
Okay, thank you.
And Regent Jaden.
Chad, I just want to confirm. You said you'll put them red after if they're 6 months past due?
Correct. Yep.
You're very kind.
Okay.
I think about moving that to if you're late, you're late. Because from a board perspective, if somebody's committed to a date and you've given somebody a year, you're giving them 50% more time to get done. And from an audit perspective, particularly high-risk areas, I think it'd be beneficial for us to know day one or that next quarter if they're tracking and what their new date is. It's just a higher level of accountability, something to consider.
Okay. I
Good
appreciate
point.
that. Any other questions or comments?
Anyone else? You know, I was just going to say, you know, Regent Dunkel is absent, so I can say nice things about her without embarrassing her. But so I'm new as Vice Chair of Audit, and so met with Regent Dunkel and with Chad, and I was impressed with Regent Dunkel's thoroughness and toughness in evaluating and reading these audits. And it also just struck me how when we're on campus and we see so many things working smoothly, and a big reason for that is the audit team that catches all of these, sometimes little, sometimes big things for correction, and that's why things work so well at all three of our campuses. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The effort is in continuous improvement and continuing to fine-tune things and make things efficient and effective. So thank you.
Great. Any other business for this committee? Hearing none, I would make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the internal audit reports issued. Do I hear a second? Second. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? We will recommend. Then we will receive those reports, and the Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
I'd like to take this time to recognize and welcome Senator Herman Quirmbach. I see he's in the audience. Thank you for attending. And we'll have the UI Healthcare folks come forward when they are all here. Have a chair.
We'll find out.
Are you ready? Okay. Welcome to the University of Iowa Healthcare Committee. First item of approval is the minutes from the April 23rd, 2025 meeting. Are there any corrections or questions about the minutes? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you so much. Nice to be here. Good afternoon. I'm joined today, as usual, by Brad Hawes, our CEO, and by Mark Henricks, our CFO. And I'm hoping to be joined soon by Dr. Mark Burkhart, who is our director of the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Oh, right on cue. He'll be presenting some information about Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center after Brad speaks, after Brad's update. So before we dive into our main topic, I wanted to share some updates. Last month, we hosted a number of commencement ceremonies that were very nice at Carver College of Medicine. So we had our Doctor of Medicine, or MD, degree ceremony. We had a number of master's ceremonies, Master of Medical Education, Master of Clinical Anatomy, and Master of Clinical Nutrition. We also had our Bachelor of Science degrees in Nuclear Medicine, Technology, and Radiation Sciences. And I just want to point out that the scope and variety of degrees that we grant and the collaboration between the undergraduate and graduate programs, the college, and UI Healthcare is really unparalleled. There are few comparable offerings in the Big Ten, so we're very proud of all of our graduates. We also celebrated UI Healthcare Week in May, and that's a week-long celebration for all of our team members, acknowledging all of the important work that they do each day. I'm also excited to share that UI Healthcare was once again ranked #1 most humanizing healthcare brand in the United States, according to the company Monogle. So it's the second year in the row we've had that honor. So today, I'd like to talk more about cancer. I know we had an update on the Cancer Center last November, but we wanted to share more about some of the advances that are happening in the state regarding fighting cancer. So cancer has likely touched all of our lives in some way, whether we know a family member, a friend, a loved one who's battled cancer or even experienced it firsthand. And so it's important to note that more than 1 in 20 people in Iowa have had a diagnosis of cancer at some point in their lives. And these data come from the latest annual report produced by the Iowa Cancer Registry. And for those of you who may not be familiar with this registry, the Iowa Administrative Code has designated the Iowa Cancer Registry to collect cancer data to track cancer trends and support efforts to reduce cancer diagnoses and deaths. So our College of Public Health colleagues, notably led by Dr. Mary Charlton, they lead these efforts as part of our Comprehensive Cancer Center. So despite very high cancer rates, survival rates are better. So while Iowa is #2, as we've heard before, in the nation in terms of cancer incidence, we're middle of the pack, #24 in terms of mortality. And this means that more and more Iowans are surviving after being diagnosed with cancer. So I want to tell you a little bit more about why we're seeing this and what it means for the future. But first I want to tell you the story of Linda Jacobs from DeWitt, Iowa. So Linda has had cancer diagnosed 3 times in the last decade. So she was first diagnosed with breast cancer in 2015, and she had a lumpectomy. A few years later, she developed a different type of cancer in her other breast, and at that point she had a double mastectomy and radiation therapy. And she received this cancer care close to home, locally by a local cancer doctor in a community cancer setting. 6 years later, she developed radiation-induced angiosarcoma, a rare cancer that forms in the lining of blood and lymph vessels. And at that point, her local doctors referred her to one of our sarcoma experts here at UI Healthcare. And at the time, Linda reports that her pain was so intense she couldn't cross her arms in front of her. And so she was referred here, and her UI care team suggested that she enroll in a clinical trial with an experimental drug. And Linda says the following about her decision to enroll. She said, "Ultimately, I wanted to be here for my grandkids. They are my world, so I was willing to do anything." So she was enrolled in the trial. She received a new investigational new drug that helps a patient's immune system target cancer cells, and her tumor shrank within 1 year. And now, more than 2 years after initiating the treatment with UI Healthcare, Linda has no signs of cancer. And so I tell this story because I think it's a really nice, positive story, and it shows the benefits of a coordinated cancer system within the state. It shows that for her breast cancer, she got great care from her local physicians in a community cancer center, and then for more advanced care that required very specific, specialized expertise, she was referred here to our Comprehensive Cancer Center. So I want to talk a little bit more about what more broadly clinical cancer care means here. So in 1971, when the National Cancer Act was signed into law, there were a very limited number of cancer drugs, you can see in 1970. And since then, there's been a dramatic increase in the number of cancer drugs, and so more and more options for treatment. And so as cancer care evolves, it's also getting more complex. And at our Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, we offer many advanced options, some of which are listed here. And so with so many effective treatment options, it's very challenging for a general oncologist in a community center to stay on top of all that's happening across all cancer types. And that's why collaboration with experts who can offer the cutting-edge treatments shown here is so important. We have 170 cancer experts and dedicated teams for each type of cancer. And as I've said before, we have Iowa's only National Cancer Institute designation as a comprehensive cancer center, and we've had that for nearly 25 years. So here are the most common cancers in Iowa: lung, skin, melanoma, breast cancer, and prostate cancer. And although we study and treat all cancers, we have a specific focus on these of the most common cancers. So this shows the national survival rates for those 4 cancers in our state. And again, the good news is that people have a better chance of survival today due to decades of research to develop new cancer therapies. But again, there are troubling trends, like us being number 2 in the nation for cancer incidence. And so we need to do more. So as an academic healthcare system, we see how critical it is for patients statewide to have access to early interventions and the latest research. So major breakthroughs in research have started a new era in cancer treatment. And these research breakthroughs are not just about science, they represent a chance to have a better quality of life, to live longer, but they'll only have this impact if they're available to people who need them. And so how do clinical trials work? A clinical trial can give a patient an additional option for cancer care. So as you heard in Linda's story, clinical trials offer access to emerging study treatments and help advance cancer research for all. So first, the physician finds a clinical trial that they believe will be of benefit to the patient, and they discuss the trial with them. The patient then undergoes a thorough discussion about the informed consent process, what the potential benefits of participation and the risks and their rights as a patient. If they qualify for the study and choose to participate, they receive the intervention, they receive regular monitoring, data are collected, data from the clinical trial is then processed, published, and shared with a wider medical community to further knowledge. And then if the trial is successful, it may move into larger trials and eventually, if successful, become the new standard of care. And our providers enroll hundreds of patients in clinical research each year, with more than 200 clinical trials underway at any one time. So earlier you heard Linda's story. She was facing a rare and very severe disease, but after a couple injections of drug, her doctor said that he could already see the tumor was starting to disappear. And as I said before, today she's cancer-free. So this immunotherapy drug that made all the difference is not yet widely available. And out of 353 patients who received the drugs in this nationwide study, Linda was one of 51 treated in Iowa. And her participation in this trial was only possible because we have specific expertise in this area. In fact, her doctor is only one of 67 sarcoma specialists in the country. And we're hoping that this drug has been submitted to the Food and Drug Administration for approval, and hopefully will be approved. And Linda calls this new drug a miracle. So as I said earlier, we're going to hear from Dr. Burkhart in a few moments, but I like this quote. For cancer patients, having access to clinical trials may mean being among the first to access groundbreaking treatments as soon as they are available. So lastly, I want to talk a little bit about education and training. So making sure that our state is prepared to handle this fight against cancer also means educating and training future generations of providers. And that's why we have a number of specialized programs to prepare our students and trainees for careers in cancer care. So this is one example of an undergraduate program. This is the Undergraduate Cancer Research Internship, which is designed to give our students who are undergraduates experience working in the lab. It's a 10-week program. Students are paired with a faculty mentor, and they work in the faculty's lab. And this is Nathan, who is from Des Moines and completed the program. Nathan graduated from the University of Iowa last month with a 4.0 GPA, and he's going to start medical school with us at Carver this fall. So over half of the students in this summer cohort program have ties to Iowa like Nathan does, and we hope by having a program like this, they will stay here and serve Iowans for years to come. We also offer the Cancer Post-Baccalaureate Program, Fellows Program, and this, again, provides an immersive research experience for 1 to 2 years. It's designed to ensure that trainees have the skills necessary for applying and being successful in graduate programs in cancer. This is our medical school oncology interest program, and this connects medical students with opportunities to get involved in cancer topics while they're in medical school, with the idea that we can spark their interest. And there are over 70 students who've been part of the program and 40 physician and research mentors who are involved with this program. And then lastly, we have a number of residency and fellowship programs for recently graduated physicians who are interested in specializing in cancer care. So the folks in these fellowship programs and residency programs treat some of the most rare and complex cases in cancer and get the opportunity to work with multidisciplinary groups. So I wanted to end by saying that for so many, the fight against cancer is deeply personal. And these are 2 quotes, one from a provider and one from a patient. And I think it's interesting and important to hear their perspectives. I'm really proud of all the life-changing work that happens here for Iowans each and every day, and I think we need to continue to focus on fighting cancer. So with that, I will hand it over to Brad Hawes.
Thank you, Dr. Jamieson. My section here is fairly brief, but it's more around the operational side that touches cancer. And so you've heard previously and today, we have very high rates of cancer in the state. What's interesting about that is they're not only high, but they're moving in the wrong direction. And so it's not a race we want to win, but it is one that I think we're in desperate, I guess, risk of leading as we go forward. So you can see that the high incidence and the growing demand are reflected here year over year. Lots of demand for services that come to us, and one of the things that we really wrestle with is how do we provide enough access to the many, many people that want care. This is a heat map a little bit. You see we treat patients from essentially all 99 counties in the state, even from the far northwest and southwest parts of the state. Clearly more come from the eastern side of the state, but we treat people from everywhere. And patients like Linda that Denise referenced make the choice to come to us. And so one of the questions that I think a patient has to consider is, where do I get care? Do I go to the expert place, or do I get care that's closer to home? And I think those are difficult decisions that sometimes get made. And so I wanted to reference a little bit about, and Dr. Jamieson mentioned it earlier, what is a comprehensive cancer center? So the National Cancer Institute has designations for cancer centers, and they can be a research designated center, but very few get a comprehensive designation. I think there's roughly 55 of them in the whole country. And so you'll see a lot of systems put badges on their websites or things that we're this for cancer or that for cancer, but we are the only comprehensive cancer center in the state. And again, one of roughly 55 in the country. So what does that mean to be comprehensive? Well, it means that we integrate the various components that we talked about. There's a lot of interdepartmental care. I sometimes, and poking a little bit of fun at my parents, but they would say, well, she's got the cancer, as if it's a singular thing. And we learn that cancer is so complicated, advancing quickly, and so you want to go to a place where there's interdisciplinary care, surgery, medical oncology, radiation oncology, clinical trials, and those kinds of things. Those things come together in a comprehensive cancer center in a way that they don't in other settings. A place that brings groundbreaking research. I spent many years of my career at the University of Virginia, and when I was there, they were designated as a research cancer institute, but not comprehensive. And so they did a lot of the research, but they hadn't translated that into delivery into the system. We've done that here at Iowa. We are the only center in Iowa equipped to conduct what are called phase 1 trials. So there are different iterations of when trials come. Phase 1 means we're writing the trial and we're the first to do it. That means that when we have those things, we're the first to make those treatments, those medications, and others available to our patients, and gives the most advanced therapies to them first. And then, as Dr. Jameson just said, in a comprehensive cancer center, we're training the next generation. We have 11 cancer residency and fellowship programs across 9 departments, but essentially all 130 of our training programs at the university have some component of their training that involves cancer. You've heard about this, we've talked about it previously. So now balancing the expertise, but what if I need to, and I want to get it closer to home? And that ideally wouldn't have to be a trade-off. And so can you get expert care from a comprehensive cancer center in a way that's closer to home? The acquisition of the Mission Cancer and Blood practice that we made at the end of the last calendar year, we believe gives us a platform to deliver the most sophisticated care in the state in places that are closer to patients' homes, so they don't have to travel as far to get that, especially if their cancer treatment involves multiple iterations of medications or radiation and those kinds of things. This can be more collaborative. Mission Cancer and Blood is well known across the state for their wonderful patient care, their patient service. We feel like we can build upon that and create a really wonderful thing for all the people that need cancer treatment in our state. We believe it gives treatment to everybody that needs it as we go forward. We just recently, actually, we're on day 8 of putting Epic into the Mission Cancer clinics. So what that means, and I wish I could tell you it went seamlessly. My team tells me we get an 8 out of 10. And so it depends who you ask. But what that means is now we can share patient-level information, not only with what happens here in Iowa City, but now Unity Point has Epic. Also, the Mercy One facilities, they went on Epic almost at the exact same time. And we can now share data across these many platforms for the benefit of the patients. They previously used a system called Onco that they had built, and it was very effective for them within their practices, but did not enable kind of the cross-sharing that we've been able to create here. Mission has more than 20 community clinics across Iowa that are now backed by our NCI designated comprehensive cancer center, and it's something that we're really proud of. The 200 trials that Dr. Jameson mentioned earlier now can be available at those sites if the patient and the physician match. It seems, and I don't want to gloss over this, it seems, Mark will probably slug me, but it's hard. It's hard work to identify a patient and which trial would they be eligible for, and then which protocols do you then administer to that patient. That takes an incredible amount of work. And so even if you have 200 trials, does that apply to Denise, to Brad, and the provider that I have in my community? Can those things come together? We believe that we now have, with the electronic tools, the local delivery system, and the expertise that comes through tumor boards and others, that we can now make those things marry up and be very, very seamless in the way that we do that. Collaboratively, our teams are preparing to launch the first 2 joint trials over the next month. There are 5 more trials planned to open shortly thereafter, and our teams are identifying more trials almost on a daily basis. And so I think it's really a story of sharing the best of both worlds, and something that is going to benefit the state as we move forward. Steve Hedinger is one of the Mission Blood and Cancer physicians. You can see the quote here. We can do more together to address the cancer rates working collaboratively with other health systems and communities. We want more patients to quickly receive the essential cancer care that they need nearer to home. And so with all of those locations, many of those are in critical access hospitals that would be too small to have Epic, to have these kinds of things. Some of them are on the core sites of Unity Point and Mercy One. We believe that this is a collaborative effort that we will endeavor to use to benefit everyone in the state. So thrilled with that operational update, and I'll hand over to Dr. Burkhart for the more interesting things.
Thank you. I was asked to provide a couple vignettes about how the research that we do at the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center addresses the needs of the people of Iowa. And as I present, I'd like you to reflect on two things. One is that even among common cancer, there are uncommon cancers in individuals. So not every breast cancer is the same. The second is how research can address problems and challenges in, for example, survivorship. So as you heard from Dean Jameson, we are number 2 in cancer incidence, number 24 in mortality, which means, according to our most recent Cancer in Iowa report, there are 172,000 cancer survivors. And these are all types of survivors. Some people whose cancer is in remission and may be gone permanently. Some people who may be living with cancer, because people today are living longer than ever before with incurable cancer. And so what we wanted to talk about today is what can we learn from survivors, and what can we learn from the individual experiences among them. I'm a breast cancer medical oncologist that does laboratory research, and what we expect with our patients with breast cancer is they fall, roughly into 2 groups. The group on the left is about 80% of our patients who have treatment for their breast cancer, and as far as we can tell, they live for the rest of their life without that breast cancer coming back. The group on the right is the remainder. These are folks who have the breast cancer come back at a metastatic site as a bone or liver or somewhere else, and we tell them it's incurable. And so usually, if you look at long-term survivors, they're mostly the people on the left. But what I want to tell you is a story about how that's not always the case, how some people can live for many surprisingly long time with metastatic incurable cancer, and how we can learn from that. So this is a survival curve from a national database looking at how long you would live, different people live with metastatic cancer from the date of diagnosis. And what you can see is about 20% of people actually live 10 years, even though they have incurable metastatic cancer. But as you get to 20 years and beyond, that's very rare. So one day I was in clinic, and we can learn a lot from our patients, and my patient told me an amazing story. She said, Dr. Burkhart, I want you to be my oncologist. I was diagnosed in 1978 with breast cancer. It was discovered to be metastatic in 1982 and was in my bones, confirmed by a biopsy. And my doctor told me I didn't have that long to live. I was a young woman in my 40s, I had children, and I was asked to get my affairs in order. But 10 years went by, I did okay. 20 years went by, I outlived my oncologist. Another 10 years, I outlived my next oncologist, and now I have you. So this was a bit worrisome. You're still with us. Yeah, she is too. So she has now lived over 40 years with metastatic cancer. So I began to ask, what's different about you? And so we realized quickly that, one individual, we could ask her about her lifestyle, find out about her genes and other things, but we needed to find more people. So we searched our cancer registry, found about 54 patients with metastatic cancer who had lived more than 10 years, which was our threshold, or 47 at 10 years. And we went to our database, or our banks of tissue, and found 14 where we had biopsy samples. And, to just unveil a little bit of how we approach these things, we plotted the history of these patients back to 1978. This was Peg, the patient I'm talking about on the top, and many others who lived for a decade or more. And as you see on the arrows on right, a number of these patients are living with metastatic breast cancer today. So I, as a genetic, someone who does research in genetics, was interested in what are the genes that drive the cancer. Now gets complicated because we know the human genome has 20,000 genes. There's about 400 that get mutated in the cancer that are different than the person. And so that's what we looked. We looked in the cancer at all the 20,000 genes, and we had to compare those with everyone else who had metastatic cancer to say what was different about the people who are the long survivors versus everyone else. And then we plotted on this complicated plot where on the x-axis what you see is how much more common it is in long-term survivors, and the y-axis is how statistically different it is. And you see at the top right of this, we identified a few genes, DB1, MST1, that are much more common in these long survivors. So we thought this might be a tool to identify why, but also if someone does have metastatic cancer, to pick out the people who will live a long time, because maybe we would treat them with less intensity. We knew this wasn't enough information, so we then launched a national study where we used social media and the Susan Love Foundation to recruit over 1,000 participants from around the country and several beyond. We had patients who had lived 40 years with metastatic cancer and a lot of metastatic survivors who had shorter survival. We are now taking those samples that we've collected and doing genetic analysis on this larger cohort. We couldn't resist asking folks why they thought they had lived a long time, and many people had many ideas, and we got a lot of ideas and thoughts and feedback about what we should investigate in terms of their habits, diet, and other things, and we've done that. So the next steps are to take these samples and do additional analyses and to try to address which are the genes or which are the habits or other features of the long-term survivors so we can use this to help other patients. I want to give another example from some of the research that's funded by the National Cancer Institute that is conducted in my laboratory. And this is based on the idea that a lot of our treatments come from a decade or two ago and are being used widely in clinic today. And we'd like to use them in a smarter way. So one of the classic treatments that's used for breast cancer of all types and many other cancers is this drug called Taxol. It was found in the bark of the Pacific yew tree in the Gifford-Pinchot Forest of Washington in the 1960s. And it was eventually found to be one of our best cancer drugs and became widely used in the 1990s. And the way it was traditionally thought to work is it just stops cells from copying themselves. So cancer cells spread by copying themselves from 2 cells, 4 cells, 8 cells, and the idea was this just blocks the copying process. So my colleague and I had discovered that the levels of the drug really determine how it works in patients. And it wasn't so simple, it depended on the drug levels. And so what we began to do is ask our patients to participate in research to help us learn more about why this drug worked well in some people but not in others. And we asked them for permission to biopsy their tumors 20 hours after the first infusion and correlate that with how well the drug worked. And what we discovered is blocking the division process directly wasn't required for it to work. And the levels of the drug were low in those tumors. And so what it had done is modified the copying process, but hadn't blocked it. And so that changed the paradigm nationally of how people think this drug works and allowed us then to seek a way to predict who would be the people who should get it and who should avoid it. And what we have hypothesized and are still working on is, can we use these analyses to, that I'm showing here, these are FISH analyses counting chromosomes in each tumor cell to determine who would be the responders and who wouldn't. And that's important because what this drug does to our survivors is it helps some people survive, but the people who didn't need it have the side effects of the drug, some of which can be permanent, numbness and tingling of the fingers and toes that can affect their survivorship. So we're now working on doing better predictions. So in summary, the research, these are 2 vignettes of many possible about how we are trying to improve survivorship. We believe we can understand patients who are unique and unusual from their genes and can de-escalate their treatment, like Peg, who lived 40 years. And we think we're on the track to predict who should get those drugs like Taxol that are effective, but not in every person. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Burkhart? Regent Barker?
I had one. So you had the slide that shows number 2 in, Iowa's number 2 in incidence, number 24 in survivorship, or in mortality. I would guess that not many states have that difference between those two. And I was also thinking about a slide that Dr. Jameson gave us at a previous meeting showing that in Iowa, the further away people live from UIHC, the worse the outcomes. And I think if you put all that together, it means that you all do a much better job than just about any other state and you're the premier center in the state in treating cancer. Am I thinking about that the right way?
Yeah, I think that is one way to interpret the data, and I think there's a lot of good things happening in Iowa about care delivery, and we want to stay on the cutting edge of that as we make advances nationally. We want to bring that best cutting edge care to Iowa as we move from 300 approved drugs to several hundred, and the complexity increases.
Regent Kramer?
How has the integration with Mission Cancer worked? I'm not sure the best one to answer that, but President Wilson talked a lot about culture. So you're now with this different group of doctors and a different culture. How's that all going, and anything you learned from that?
I think, I could speak to this. Maybe there are others. I was just there last week helping with the Epic launch, and that was fun to be part of another clinic, see how they operate. I think there's more of a culture of collaboration that is like building. The group there is excellent about taking care of patients, excellent about outreach. We're learning a lot from them about the ways we can reach patients better. There are a small number of those physicians who are very active in clinical research, and we're trying to work to get everyone active so everything is active everywhere in terms of the cutting edge care. So I think we're learning from each other. What we hope to deliver there is information about these rare genetic variants of cancer that we can help them interpret and make sure that patient has a 1 in 2,000 mutation has the right drug and has access to the right clinical trial. And so those are some examples of how we're working together. We have invited them to join our tumor boards. So if they have a case for breast cancer, colon cancer, an unusual scenario, they are now integrated in that. And we're working on a statewide cancer center grand rounds that will be webcast and will include them. So all the cutting edge, new ideas, new concepts coming into clinic will be available to them. And we're looking to invite other cancer providers outside of Mission to those as well.
Any other comments or questions?
I just add one thing, Regent Kramer. We also have a couple exciting things that I think will be maybe examples of what happens in the future, where outside groups have come to us, and because they view us as having an ideal platform as a way to move, and I don't know what I'm saying here, but cellular therapies, radioactive therapies like theranostics and those things, they're saying this could be a delivery model that helps us test and move to the next level of care that maybe would not have been as attractive as it was before we got together with them.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you very much, Dr. Burkhart. As Dr. Jamieson said, I don't think there's any one of us here who hasn't been touched by cancer in some way with someone. So very important research. Thank you. So Mark Henriks, you're next.
All right. So I'll talk through some high-level updates of our year-to-date financials through April. So starting with the overall volume trends of our key volume metrics, you can see all are running above budget. with surgery especially strong, about 2% above budget, and clinic visit activity about 1.6% above budget. Broadly, from an operating margin perspective, without directed payment running about 1.9% loss. That's above goal of the 3.8% loss that we budgeted, driven based upon those volumes and some expense items I'll mention in a moment. When we look at charges for the year overall, given those volumes being above budget, we're seeing inpatient charges about 2% above budget and outpatient 3.5%. Lastly, I'll mention, so salary expenses continues to run slightly below budget, about 1.4%. That's driven mostly by vacancy levels being at 7% versus the lower level of 5.2% that we would have budgeted for the year. If you look at the overall financial statement through April, kind of starting in the gray area with the overall operating margin before directed payments, you can see that 1.9% loss is about $48 million. That's versus a budget of $95 million. With directed payments, again, those are very focused on our capital investments to provide more access. We bring directed payments in, we're at about 8.9% margin year to date versus a 6.9% budget. Just a couple comments on the right. If you look at the total net operating revenue, given those volumes being above budget, I mentioned, you can see net operating revenues 3.1% above budget. And then the major expense lines, salary expenses 1.4 under, and then general expenses up 3%, and that's basically following as you have additional volumes above budget, you're going to have supplies, drugs, and those kind of things that are going to follow, and that's the impact there. If we look at our broad-based metrics that we compare to Moody's medians, I mentioned last time the updated Moody's medians came out in April, so this is fairly recent data on the median comparison. We look at operating margin. Overall, you can see our operating margin running above the Moody's medians. Days cash, the updated median is 262. At the end of April, we're at 234 days. We expect that to trend up as we come through June through the end of the year. Our goal is 250. We might not quite get to 250, but trended towards that. And then debt to cap, when we look at financial leverage, the Moody's median was running at 23%. It came down with the April update of 20.5. And you can see our debt to cap at 21.8 is basically right at the median there. So as we look at this and kind of connecting to things we've talked about, the key thing is, again, how do these financials then support ultimately fulfilling our mission, our missions in clinical care, research, education, and training. And a big part of that, especially on the clinical side, AMCs have significant capital investments, and we talked about in FY24, those investments totaled almost $400 million. They run the gamut from basically equipment replacement, building infrastructure, all the way to investments in a campus like North Liberty, are expanding access through investment like Mission Cancer and Blood. And so kind of looking at the impacts of that, maybe the battery died. Try again. Okay. So, one of the key investments we're looking at where those capital investments are being made is how we're investing to create that comprehensive cancer care network across the state. And so we see that in some of the key things of the Mission Cancer and Blood investment in Des Moines, the Braddock facilities in the Quad Cities, and like was talked about earlier, it's really given us the opportunity to connect whole and comprehensive cancer center, clinical trials, and those kind of things, and really bringing that level of care and research to these individual sites. And then we continue to look at opportunities to upgrade, make equipment investments. Example here is at University campus, we have a CT scanner that we invested in that ultimately brings 4D image quality combined with low-dose scanning and the ability to scan patients that have challenges with scans with minimal sedation, and ultimately getting the best input for cancer care clinicians to set their clinical decision-making. So I think it's always kind of important to see kind of how that margin relates to ultimately investments into our mission. I think these are some key investments that have been made. Lastly, want to talk a little bit about the charge master increase proposal. So our proposal for FY26 charge master rate adjustment, as always, we do a comprehensive analysis to inform the adjustments. So this analysis includes looking at detailed cost assessment. So we're looking at our inflation trends in supply and labor costs to provide those services. And at higher level, we're keying in really at benchmarking what our charges are versus our peer AMCs. And so our goal is always to remain below the 50th percentile nationally from a pricing perspective. So with FY26, we're proposing a 6% price increase similar to last year, and that will continue to maintain us at that below the 50th percentile national rate. We always want to make sure we're balancing this with any self-pay impact, so we continue our strong charity care commitments. Our charity care program is really based upon the federal poverty limit. It starts at 350%, basically discounting payments, and ultimately has a sliding scale that gets to a point where basically the patient pays zero depending on their ability to pay. So with that, I just want to present that to the board for consideration for approval.
Yes. Are there any questions for Mark?
Quick one. How much, you said we're below the 50th percentile. How much spread is there between academic medical centers on their charges?
There's quite a bit of spread.
Okay.
Yeah, quite a bit of spread.
So
Depends on the market, yeah.
Moving up 6% doesn't change our percentile ranking very much
No,
then?
exactly, exactly. Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. CFO Mark Hendricks addresses UI Healthcare Agenda Item 3, the proposed 6% rate increase for the University of Iowa Healthcare's clinical enterprise, effective July 1, 2025, in the hospital presentation. Are there any further questions about that? The board will vote on this increase in the consent agenda tomorrow. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Hearing none, the committee will receive the UI Healthcare presentation, and this meeting of the UI Healthcare Committee is now adjourned. Thank you all for your presentation. At this time, we will have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. We will now open the microphone for the first presenter, and please come forward when your name is called.
Chris Martin.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Regents. My name is Chris Martin. I'm a professor of communication and media at UNI and the president of United Faculty, which represents more than 500 faculty members. I first came to UNI in 1995. In 2004, I was awarded the Regents Faculty Excellence Award. I actually left UNI for 2 years to work at an R1 institution, but I came back here because I believed in Iowa's tradition of support for higher education. But today, honestly, I can't say that anymore, and this proposal only adds to that feeling. 3 truths about this proposal. First, the proposal is based on the generic recommendations of 2 New York City political think tanks. It's not in response to any major problem voiced by more than 70,000 students of Iowa Regents universities. Second, the end result will be censorship by the government. The proposed policy has at least 14 ill-defined concepts that faculty are not to convey in substantial amounts. For example, I would not be able to convey substantial content on the topic of anti-racism, yet presumably I could talk endlessly about racism. That's an odd choice. But that's a weird problem societies get themselves into when they start making lists of things they don't want people to say. One might argue it's not censorship because the board can approve exceptions, but then there we are right back again with a governmental body, the board, choosing what we can and cannot say in a classroom, undermining academic freedom and freedom of speech. Third, this proposal is literally against the law. State Senator Herman Kornbach has noted this in a letter to the board. This illegality is evident in two short excerpts from the Iowa Code, section 261H2. Check it yourself. First, the code says, quote, "The institution must strive to ensure the fullest degree of intellectual freedom and free expression allowed under the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States." That's what it says. Second, the code says, "It is not the proper role of an institution of higher education to shield individuals from speech protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which may include ideas and opinions that individual finds unwelcome, disagreeable, or even offensive." Folks, the state law is quite clear in application to this situation. Senator Kornbach has suggested to delay a vote on this until the fall when students and faculty have more time to consider and register their opinions. That's a good idea. But I think it's also very clear what the answer should be right now. This proposal goes to the very core of the university and critical inquiry. There is no middle position, no position of slight appeasement. Either you stand for free expression at Iowa's universities or you don't. And God help Iowa, its public universities, and all the citizens of this state if you don't. Thank you.
Robert Earl. Is Robert Earl here? Emily Campion.
Hi, I've never done one of these before, if you can't tell, so bear with me. Good afternoon, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to make a public comment. My name is Emily, and I live in Coralville. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a citizen, to be clear. I'm here today to express my concern regarding the DEI and CRT-related proposal and ask that the board members vote no when a vote is ultimately called. I will add that I'm disappointed the initial lack of effort made towards shared governance, though I do recognize that you've made changes in the timeline of the reading and the vote. I'm interpreting this as a demonstration of goodwill, and I hope you very seriously hear community voices in the process. So allow me to state my concern bluntly. This proposal's effort to micromanage higher education will only worsen our state's chances to thrive economically and socially. That individuals have different experiences based on race, gender, and other demographic characteristics is supported by many decades of rigorous scholarship. Respectfully, these differences are not contested ideas, as was suggested in the proposal after the proposal reading this afternoon. Researchers follow the scientific method to seek reliable evidence of a phenomena. We consistently see differences in gender and race in studies across disciplines. This is as close to fact as we can get, accumulated evidence from strong scholarship. Moreover, the proposal reading this morning brought a crucial piece of evidence to light, and thank you to the individuals who emailed our board to state your concerns, even if it sounded a little pompous. An important clarification was made in that the issue isn't universal among all educators at our state institutions, but rather an issue with only a few. Why then do you want to intervene at the institutional level? It seems to me that this is a human resource issue and that should be managed by immediate supervisors and the HR department, and not unreasonably elevated to the state level. Why are you not standing by your state educators and the policies in place to make decisions on courses? This intervention only serves to waste time and money and resources that are otherwise more advantageously spent on our students and making scientific leaps that benefit our society, like those talked about in the medical presentation you just heard. Put bluntly, this proposal does not sound like government efficiency, and that's something you care about, as we all should. Finally, before casting your vote in July, I suspect you will, I ask that each of you spends time reflecting on the unwelcoming signals you're sending through such proposals. After listening to the campus mental health service update, you should be further convinced of how necessary it is to validate the individual experiences of students. Policies that aim to erode educational quality and academic freedom and willfully ignore core components of an individual's identity may harm our students and will only make Iowa less attractive to future talent. As such, I ask that you vote no. Thank you for your time.
Will Jeltveit.
Hi there. My name is Will Choltveit. I'm a PhD student in the history program at the University of Iowa and a member of our graduate student union, COGS. I spent a good chunk of last night looking through your strategic plan and trying to figure out how your consideration of policies like the proposed Section 3.23 can fit within it. And I want to be clear, this is not just about the specifics of 3.23, but the spirit of the policy, that the 9 of you should have direct control over what can and cannot be taught in academic classrooms. After looking through your strategic plan, I would love to know how each of you thinks that policies like 3.23 show your self-described core values of, quote, mutual respect for intellectual differences, and, quote, free speech through civil discourse. What you are proposing does not open up intellectual spaces. It restricts them. It removes critical tools for students to understand the world around them. By saying that the primary principles of DEI and CRT cannot be part of required classes, you're limiting what discourse and what learning can take place. I'm an American historian. I TA for American history survey courses that are required for many students across the university, and which cannot be taught without thorough discussions of group marginalization or racial privilege, among many of your other banned principles. I know that the primary principles of DEI and critical race theory, as you define them, are inseparable from an accurate telling of American history, and that my department could apply for an exception. But the issue here is not just about a proper telling of history. It's about an ability to teach freely and accurately, to teach without restrictions created, upheld, and evaluated by people, you, who are not experts in the specific fields that you are blindly ruling over. This is how you limit academic freedom and respect for intellectual differences, by telling people what they can and cannot bring into the classroom. And if, at the end of the day, academic freedom is not really what you care about, and I think for many of you that's probably the case, then it's worth thinking of the financial cost. Policies like this one will cost tremendous amounts as you dedicate hours to exceptions and appeals, face lawsuits, which will inevitably come as you don't have the legal right to do this anyway. And you will see your tuition revenues decrease as students will not attend institutions that do not preserve their academic freedoms. You begin your strategic plan with a vision that the Regent universities will be a, quote, internationally renowned system that benefits Iowa, the nation, and the world. With policies like this one, you will be renowned. You will also be infamous. You will have the Regent universities of Iowa be a shameful place to graduate from or work at, places where learning is policed and restricted, and where intellectual freedom and open inquiry are dismissed. I hope that's the kind of renown you were looking for. Thank you.
Uchechi Anomnachi.
Good afternoon. My name is Uchechi Anamnachi. I'm a graduate student at the University of Iowa in American Studies, a department whose undergraduate major this body recently voted to close. In spite of that, I stand before you today to urge the board again to investigate the investment holdings of Iowa's public universities and withdraw all investments in publicly traded companies that knowingly facilitate, enable human rights violations and violations of international law by Israel's prolonged military occupation, apartheid, and genocide of the Palestinian people. When this issue was last brought before the board, they cited House File 2331 as a chapter of the Iowa Code which outlawed any effort to invest funds in publicly traded companies which boycott Israel. Since the board has effectively voted to close my classroom, I will educate you here and now as to why this restriction in no way prevents you from opening an investigation and selling or withdrawing existing holdings. This provision is an artifact of a narrowly focused political squabble with an ice cream company. Chapter 1102 of the code, in fact, instructs the board on how to divest from quote-unquote scrutinized companies, those which boycott Israel. Despite the ridiculousness of the equivalent being drawn between an ice cream company and the architects of a genocide in Gaza, it is obvious that the power to divest from apartheid and genocide exists in this room. And that each day you close your eyes to this moral responsibility, you abdicate any claim to regency over all communities of Iowa's public universities. You continue to make Iowa's public universities hostile to Palestinian community members whom I've come to know quite well and whom I speak on behalf of today. These are incredibly smart students, talented faculty and alumni who have to navigate daily life giving into an institution that funds the slaughter of their people. These are your prized writers, your engineers, doctors, pharmacists, professors, and students. They are not asking you for extreme measures. They are asking you to do your jobs, managing the finances of Iowa's public universities with conscience. Right now, you are making us feel like you are asleep at the wheel with governance that is hostile to undergraduate, graduate students, faculty, and alumni alike. Remember this. The price for peace is justice. Thank you.
Ashley Maempa.
I'll try to speak quickly. Hello, Regents. My name is Ashley Mampa, and I am also a history PhD student here at the University of Iowa. I am proud to represent COGS UE Local 896 as its Political Action Committee Chair. As a student and teacher of American history, I am deeply concerned with how the board has navigated legislation impacting my curriculum and our university community. You have failed to take any meaningful public stand against bills that undermine our academic freedom and are unwanted by many of the faculty and students that you govern. At every turn, you have rushed to compromise to overcomply to get ahead of the curve on policies made by anti-intellectuals in our legislature. As students and faculty, we want to know, where will you draw the line? Regarding the policy that has been introduced today, I do want to thank the board for delaying the vote and Regent Kramer for responding to my email. My concerns with the policy are as follows. You are unnecessarily acting in advance of bills that have not been passed. To say that this policy is about protecting student choice is a false framing. It makes a government body the arbiter of what we as scholars determine is essential content for mastering a given field. This is not a politically neutral policy. This is empowering a politically appointed government body to make a political decision about what concepts are merely opinions and what has legitimate scholarly basis. That is not your job. That is our job. My primary goal while teaching is to prepare my students to be better citizens, to be able to think, to make stronger arguments regardless of their political views. We agree that students should not feel unsafe in expressing their views in the classroom. But shielding students from topics that are incredibly relevant to state and national policy decisions that are being made today would do them a disservice. You can't claim to uphold the highest degree of free expression while placing barriers to substantial discussion surrounding these topics. The concepts in this policy are not going away just because some people in the state and some people on this board don't like them. Earlier, President Bates, you encourage us to follow the spirit of these laws in addition to the letter of these laws. I would ask you, in turn, to please look at the long-term consequences of compromise and compliance with the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is exemplified by a recent quote from our current education secretary, where she said that universities should continue to be able to do research as long as they're in sync with the administration and what it is trying to accomplish. That is antithetical to everything a university should stand for. We are not political mouthpieces for whoever is in power. We are scholars, we are teachers, we are students. We ask that you vote no on this proposed policy in July, and we ask that you do your job and take a stand for academic freedom in our legislature. Thank you.
Clara Rainin. Clara Rainin.
Hello, Board of Regents. My name is Clara Reinen, and I'm a current MFA candidate at the University of Iowa Center for the Book. I'm also the interim unity chair for COG's Local 896 Graduate Workers Union. As the unity chair, my role is to make sure that our union is listening to workers who belong to marginalized groups and ensuring that they feel represented. Today, I am here to urge you to protect vulnerable students by ending your preemptive compliance with authoritarian policies and by reminding you that many of the actions you are taking are in direct opposition to your board's core values. Reading through the core values listed on the Iowa Regents website, I was shocked by how far the board has strayed from their mission. The vision statement, like Will mentioned, say that you all will, quote, lead an accessible, internationally renowned system that provides education, conducts research, and benefits Iowa, the nation, and the world, end quote. Well, here's what we know. Iowa has the worst economy in the country, and more people are moving away from the state. This should be incredibly concerning to you all, and the actions you all are taking directly impact this. I earned my undergraduate degrees here at the University of Iowa, and I used to be proud of that. Now, I feel embarrassed to tell colleagues at conferences that I have my degrees from the university, and I know this is the case for many others. There are programs at this university that are recognized worldwide, including the Center for the Book where I study. However, when prospective students are excited about these programs, they hesitate to consider even coming to our university because they fear they will not be safe here. And I can't argue with them. Your core values state that you are, quote, learner-focused and expect ethical behavior for the, quote, advancement of the good of public education, end quote. How is creating such a hostile environment that actively discourages students from attending going to help you achieve these goals? It won't. Some of the things you can do immediately are to reinstate living learning communities in the residence halls, which you eliminated with no requirement to do so. Additionally, in surveying our international students to gather information about their needs, I was shocked to see in their responses that we over and over again were thanked and shown gratefulness for even asking. We are leaving international students behind with no show of support. Those students deserve to feel safe and secure in their studies here at the university. The University of Iowa works because we do. Graduate students, we make up a significant portion of teaching staff. And if we stop working or enrollment continues to decline because of the harm you all are doing, then this university will grind to a halt and it will be incredibly clear that you all are to blame. That's as simple as it can be, right? So if I can't convince you to change your mind based on human decency alone, then maybe shame and embarrassment over our state's economic status will do so instead. And just to mention, also hearing after the presentation about the Cancer Center, I know we have an incredibly high turnover rate in our hospital system, and maybe if we treated our union SEIU and the workers at the hospital better, we would have even better medical care, and our staff would feel more appreciated. Thank you.
Jack Taylor. Jack Taylor. Miranda Sheen.
Good afternoon. My name is Miranda Skeen, and I am an MD PhD student here at the University of Iowa with the goal to become an emergency medicine physician. Thank you. I'm here to comment on the proposed policy 3.23, again, I'm sorry, on removing DEI and CRT from required courses because removing or decreasing training on implicit bias and systemic racism from the UI medical curriculum and certificate programs will decrease the quality of medical education at Iowa and will produce underqualified medical trainees. Implicit bias in medicine is a well-documented and well-researched cause of health disparity in the US. As such, the LCME, which oversees medical school accreditation, requires schools to provide opportunities for medical students to recognize and appropriately address biases in themselves, in others, and in the healthcare delivery process. It also emphasizes the knowledge and skills needed to provide effective care in a diverse society. In my own experience, the Carver College of Medicine fulfills this requirement through classes on topics such as implicit bias, cultural and religious diversity, and LGBTQ health. And other medical programs here have similar training. Under the proposed policy, these programs would require board approval every 2 years simply to fulfill their own accreditation requirements. This is an unnecessary burden for these programs and puts our curriculum in jeopardy. This policy would also damage our enrollment and reputation. Policies like this would deter students from getting their medical education here at Iowa. Students at this high level of education want instructors that can challenge their beliefs and expose them to controversial topics. Even if granted special permission to teach these courses, instructors may feel uncomfortable allowing broad and nuanced discussions on topics like implicit bias, structural racism, and allyship, knowing that these topics are contrary to the Regents' policy. To be clear, trainees are not required to agree with everything taught in these courses in order to graduate, but exposure to these ideas is vital for trainee healthcare professionals. If these courses are not taught or these discussions are restricted, then Iowa trainees will be undertrained in comparison to their peers. Implicit bias and cultural diversity are vital topics in medical decision-making, and our future healthcare workers need to have training to participate in those discussions. In the middle of a dire physician shortage here, Iowa simply cannot afford to risk producing underqualified medical trainees. You just heard how our cancer center prepares the next generation of Iowa physicians. Please don't jeopardize that. So I am here to respectfully ask that you vote against the proposed revisions to policy 3.23 at your upcoming July meeting, and I also request that you oppose similar policy in the future. I am very gratified to hear that you've already listened to the community feedback and have delayed voting on this policy, but I want to reiterate that at this time, Iowa cannot afford to risk the harm this policy will do. Thank you very much for your time.
Ann Moore.
Hello, I am a student and graduate research assistant at the University of Iowa Libraries and a member of UE Local 896, COGS, the Graduate Workers Union. I am here today to urge you to vote against raising tuition and fees as it adds undue financial burden to students and already severely underpaid graduate workers. Graduate workers at the University of Iowa are some of the lowest paid in the Big Ten Conference. And on top of that, we are forced to pay mandatory fees every semester in order to enroll in classes and be eligible to work at the university. This academic year, I paid over $1,000 in mandatory fees. That's more than a month of my rent. And this was after the 50% discount afforded to me as a research assistant covered by the Graduate Workers Union contract. International student fees are even higher. Meanwhile, rent and grocery prices across Iowa are rising. International students in our union who were surveyed reported increasing rates of food insecurity. Other students are relying on food pantries and meal share programs in order to make ends meet. In fact, the Hawkeye meal share program informed me that the demand for their meal share program is so high that they are now cutting back how many swipes are being offered in order to try to accommodate everybody who needs nutrition assistance. But while we struggle to have our basic needs met while pursuing higher education, the Regents want to raise tuition and raise our fees even higher. You are leaving students, workers, and families wondering how they're going to make up the difference. As regents of a public university, it is your duty to keep education accessible and affordable to the people of Iowa. You say you want to attract and retain students with ties to Iowa, but you make education in this state increasingly out of reach with these fee and tuition increases. How can you justify nickel and diming your students when at the same time you are considering hundreds of millions of dollars in capital projects? Projects up for approval this meeting is a $28 million computer sciences lab, a $23 million CAN facility, and a $72.5 million for just phase 1 of the U-Iowa Healthcare Inpatient Tower construction. You've already approved $81.4 million for the Iowa Memorial Union renovation, and you plan to make students and workers foot the bill. This is unacceptable. Education is a right, not just for the rich and white. Keep Iowa education affordable. Do not raise tuition and fees. Thank you.
President Bates, that is the last registered speaker we have for today.
Thank you for all of your comments. This concludes the board's business. The meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents is adjourned.